questions in regards to anti-doping, I'm sure they'll be able to assist you. But go down there, they'll ask you a question, get it right, you'll get a prize. We have 1.5 minutes and then the track will be closed. And I'll just hand you this if you want to come up here. Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, I just wish to introduce to you Mr. Harry Wilson. Harry is going to give a blessing for these championships over the next 5 days.
Kia ora tātou katoa. Just congratulations to all those participating today, and good luck to those qualifying. Ti hei mauri ora ki te whai au ki te ao marama. Tui a te rangi e tū nei, tui a te papa e takoto nei. Tui a rātou i tae mai nei i tēnei wā. A ti hei mauri ora. Tui a means to bind. As I stand here, bind the sky, bind the earth, bind it to our athletes who are participating today. Te hei mauriora means me wehi ana ki te atua, whakahonore tea te ariki nui kuini ngā waihono i te pō. E noho ana, torona tapu o tōna pāpā tōna tūpuna, pai mārire. As I stand here, first, I'd like to acknowledge our Creator, and then I acknowledge our Māori Queen, who sits on the throne of her father and of her ancestor. Pai mārire means, may there be peace. So, pai mārire. Nō reire tu ai ki te mihi i ngā mate o te tau, te marama, o te wiki nei, haere atu, moi mai rā. Just acknowledgements to those loved ones we have lost this year, this month, and this week. So, moi mai rā, moi mai rā. Rātou kia rātou, tātou kia tātou, i ngā mana, i ngā reo, i ngā kārangaranga, tēnei au ki te mihi kia koutou katoa, i tae mai ki tēnei whakataitai. Just acknowledgements to everybody, those who have come from far, those who have come from near. Just acknowledgements for your efforts today, and congratulations again. Anei te kōrero, whawhai ki te ara, rongo mau, ki uta. So do all your fighting on the track, but may there be peace inland or just where we're standing today. Nō reira, ka piti hono tātai, hono rātou kia rātou, ka piti hono tātai, hono tātou kia tātou, e rauringa tira mā, tēnā koutou, kia ora tātou katoa. Ue, wairea, i te one tapu, ka hura tangata uta, me tūraki ki tangata atai, wera hoki rā te kōrepe nui, te kōrepe roa, te wāhi awa, te toi awa, whakamaua e tama i te ara, whakamaua e tama ko tū, ko rongo ko tama, arahia te ara, kaua e tama e uwhia kia puta atu ki waho i te tā whanga, e pūtanga riki norongo i te atatauira mai e. Mai e te tipua, mai e te tawhito, i hara mai nā koe i whea, i hara mai nā koe ki tū a whakōtinuku, i hara mai nā koe ki tū a whakōtirangi, ko tō manua, ko tō tātou manua, kane kairi hia, whano, hara mai te toki, haumi e, hui e, tai ki e. The track is officially open. I give the regards on behalf of our Mayor, Mike Pettit too. We work in partnership, so tēnā tātou, kia ora tātou katoa, thank you.
Kia ora, Harry. Thank you very much. Looking at the time clock, we're just on nearly 4 minutes to go. I see lined up over on the other side will be those riders in the first event, and that is the junior women's sprint qualification. You'll see they'll line up on the side of the track. They'll get pushed away. They'll come round and get 3 to go, and they'll be timed over that last 200 metres, which will give them their seeding. We'll start off. The first rider away will be from New Zealand, Lily Cameron, and she'll be followed by Alexis Phillips from Australia, April Kate from Australia, Madeline Pitt from Australia, and then Sarah Hartston from New Zealand.
Hello everyone, welcome to this GJ Gardner Oceania Track Championships 2026 here in Cambridge. A lovely view outside today, looking to be very warm, certainly mid to high 20s. Could be a hot fast track maybe later in the week. Anyways, we're about to click over to some coverage here. Riders starting to get ready on the back straight. The Flying 200 qualifying, I believe. Junior 19 women's sprint is going to be the first event off the rank. Tim Parsons with me. He's going to be helping commentate here for the session 1. He'll probably do most of it because I'll be trying to look after the IT. Hopefully everything works. We've been practicing and had a few glitches, but we'll do our best. I hope you enjoy the coverage, and we'll get underway.
Power to keep sport and recreation safe and fair
is in all of us.
As one team, we can help prevent harm, especially to our tamariki and rangatahi.
Harm can mean abuse, discrimination, or not playing it straight.
So if you see something that's not tika,
or need support raising integrity standards,
The Sport Integrity Commission, Te Kahuro Nui, is here to help.
out here.
In here.
Wherever we play.
The first rider, Lily Cameron, being pushed by her dad. He can push her up to that line. Lily representing the Te Awamutu Sports Cycling Club, a Year 12 student at Cambridge High School. Last year, New Zealand secondary schools top female track cyclist. Also, would you believe it, a top New Zealand schools rower. Got a silver last year in Māori Cup and a bronze at the Māori Cup, and is in prep at the moment for the Māori Cup, which is in about another 4 or 5 weeks down in Twizel. However, in the meantime, cycling, she's doing that also. She fits in the cycling, the rowing, and the schoolwork. She goes winding it up with those double discs.
Okay, so we just got to reboot a camera. That's not a good way to start. If you lose the stream, we'll reconnect you. Try again reconnecting. Won't be too long.
5777. Good first 100.
Right, so we should be back with some live pictures again. And Tim Pawson, we're here. He's got some start lists there, and we're back in business. Sorry about that. Let's call that the one and only glitch, hopefully.
Alexis comes round, out of the saddle, winding it up. She'll hit that 200-metre mark. And goes for
So we just saw Lily Cameron out there before doing 11.6. Got 12.617 for Alexis Phillips. So 2 out of 13 qualifiers for this round. and that will get us underway.
To the next round. On the track now, we have April Kate. She's South Australian Sports Institute.
So next up we've got April Kate, number 3, coming into the line, and going to be chasing 2 times of 12.617 for Alexis Phillips from Australia, and a very fast 11.655 from Lily Cameron from the TA club.
April comes round, gets the bell, really wound it up.
She's taking a nice line down into the start the timing trip, down the back straight. Holding the black line nicely. And in she comes for 11.820 to go into second. Nice ride.
The next rider on the track is Madeline Pitt from Australia, representing X-Speed Australia. Is Madeline?
So the commissaires are getting through the program nicely. Number 4 already, and again another Australian. They've sent one of their largest contingents over here this year. There's about 85 riders from Australia across the under-19s and the elites. Winding it up now as she comes into the bell. Nice line down to the timing strip. Great position, keeping that head down in aero. Rounding the bend. And in she comes for a 12.044 in the middle of the others.
Next rider on the track, Sarah Hartstonge from New Zealand. Sarah representing Cycling Southland.
Okay, I'm back with you, Tim. I'm going to try and multitask for a little bit here. If I miss a couple of camera shots, it's all on me. A bit unusual to see you commentating some sprint stuff.
Yeah, I know, I'm having to wing this one, Damo. I'm a bit more comfortable when they're on aero bars.
Yeah. That'd be kind of interesting. Aero bars doing a 200. I'm sure it's been done before.
Maybe this will bring out the inner sprinter in me.
Maybe, you never know. We might convert you.
It'll be tough. So Sarah's definitely a student of the aero position, as we saw her doing her lead-in laps, keeping it really aero, expending the smallest amount of energy as possible. It's on a lighter gear than some of the others maybe. She's running a high cadence coming into the finish here. And clocking a 13.1.
So I think it said 83 riders from Australia. Is that what I heard someone saying before?
Yeah, 83 riders. It's incredible. I guess it's it's an important Oshis, this one, coming into the start of the point scoring process for the LA Olympics.
So you got a fan already, Tim. Zach Williams says you should definitely convert to sprint. There you go.
I will if you coach me, Zach. So here we have Alana Lake, another Australian. They have about 65% of this under-19 women's sprint field. Coming in and winding it up nicely, staying really high. And then she comes for the bell. Great line in. Fastest time so far is still Lily Cameron of 11.655, followed closely by Madeline Pitt at 12.0. 12.161 for Alana.
Hazel Gardner on the boards representing the Te Awamutu Cycling Club. They've just hosted.
Now we have Hazel Gardner riding for the local TA club, one of the strongest clubs in New Zealand on road and track and across all age groups. It's an impressive setup at TA Sports.
And Dynamo, they put on what was an exceptional road championships, the TA club, and that's who Hazel is representing today.
Right, I think we're getting there. What are we around? Coming around with 2 on the next one. So just getting the finesse with our camera operators. We're going to be awesome at this at day 5.
So she's coming in for the bell now. Winding it out a little bit later on the wind up than the others, but a nice line down to the timer.
Hazel, she'll come through the 100 metre now.
Ex-BMXer is Hazel. Seated power is probably more her thing, I suggest. St. Peter's rider.
A fine time too, right in there amongst them at 12.190.
On the boards, Minnie Collins, Minnie representing bike medal 2.
Next up, Minnie Collins from bike number 2 on the west coast there. They've got a good team here. They always bring quality riders out of the west coast.
She's had plenty of time on this track lately doing Northern Cup. She's doing a lot of miles in the car coming up back and forth, but you could almost call it a home track, certainly the indoor side of it.
A great position on the bike too. Look how she's holding herself in that aero position even for the wind-up laps. You have to admire the abilities of them being able to hold that position. It's not easy. And it's a big change from a few years ago, Damo, before aero became a real thing.
Minnie Collins, first 100 metres time up there.
Nice time of 5.8 for the half.
Bringing it home, Minnie.
And bringing it home for an 11.899. Nice work. Another good sprinter from the west coast, Piper Newton. She's developed nicely coming up through the age groups over the last few years and choosing sprint as her discipline. And she'll come in now for 2 to go.
Using every inch of the track right up the top. Just creeping around, slowly building the pace. I expect a bit of a roll around the back here. There we go, a little bit of a squeeze.
Building speed now, out of the saddle. As she dives down for the bell. Through the half in 6.1 and through the 200 in a 12.365.
The boards
Now up we've got Milan Bradshaw from Queensland. That was the celebrated Sarah Cameron, giving us a bit of stick on the mic. Coming in with 2 to go now. I'll give a shameless plug for Milan's beautiful bike, the Look T20.
Nothing shameless about it, Tim. It's all the bits that make it go.
Here she comes in now, coming in quick through the gates there.
Through the 100. 5.9. Just needs to bring it home.
12.117.
On the boards at the moment is Paige Squire. Paige is Australian from the Norwood Cycling Club.
Our next 3 athletes are all from Australia. Next up we've got Paige Squire.
If you like, you could either go over with Hannah and just sort of tag each other out, have a bit of a breather, and we you've sort of done with that. That's Hannah, she'll tell me what I need to do. Yeah, or you can hang out here. It's sort of, there's 2 cameras to use and 3 operators, so
Through with 2 to go. She'll give it a little bit of pace down the back straight this time. Here she comes. Building it nicely. The lap board will go to 1 any moment now. She winds up round the banking really high, using all that height. And here she comes, dropping down. Staying aero, one of the tallest sprinters in the field. And coming through for an 11.8. Nice ride.
Rider on the track is Madison Smith, also from Australia. Madison representing the Gold Coast Cycling Club.
So our quickest so far is still Lily Cameron on 11.655, and then it's followed pretty closely by 3 other athletes who are all in the 11.8s. We have an 11.815, an 11.820, and an 11.899.
The time to beat for the 1 position is 11.655. First rider Lily Cameron.
So now up in the black skin suit is Madison Smith from Australia. She winds up down the back straight, giving a little bit of pace. She'll come in with 1 to go this time. So she's really starting to give it some now around the top. Dropping down, seated. It's a little bit high there outside of the red, but she's corrected that back down to the black. Holding it nicely now. And in for a 12.8.
Watch, he's on the track at the moment. He's the last of the 19 women and the first of the under 19 men. Will be Chad Charrett from France, from Caledonia.
So you crossed over, right? So you're on 2 and he's on 1, so you might want to swap your headsets. So you're on 1 and he's on 2.
So now welcoming at the commentary table is Josh Kavanagh, a First year under 23 road rider, some European experience last year, and also taking part in these Oceania Championships on the endurance side. Welcome, Josh.
Thank you for having me. Yeah, it's a nice day to be here. It's good to see everyone out getting ready to race. We've got the women's under 19 sprint quali on at the moment, I think.
Yeah, and a nice time there of 11.942 by Emily, which will put her right in amongst it. That might be at the moment around 5th place. So yeah, solid ride. We'll do an add up and we'll put them in their list. So our top 4 there were Lily Cameron, followed by Paige Squire from Australia, April Catt from Australia in 3rd, and Emily Watch from Australia as well. So they've brought some strong sprinters. Next up now we have the junior men, the under 19s, and we're starting off with Chad Charret from France. Licensed French from New Caledonia. You raced against any of these guys, Josh?
No, I can't say I have. I've only raced against one French guy on the track, and he put me to sleep. Yes, he was very strong.
So Chad's keeping it high down the back straight as he'll come in with 2 to go. And we'll be looking to see him give it a little bit of a push down the back straight soon to build some speed. Here he goes.
Just winding it up now.
Here he comes, nice technique out of the saddle around the banking. He's flying.
Nice line into that first corner.
And in for an 11.291. It's great seeing these New Caledonia riders here now that the Cambridge Velodrome's an Oceania UCI hub. These guys come over a few times a year for training camps and development and utilise the great facilities here in Cambridge. Next up we've got Matai Reid from TA. It's a long line of quality track sprinters been coming out of that club the last decade.
Yeah, a local boy looking to put a fast time down on the track here today.
Is he a first year or a second year under 19, Josh?
I think he's a first year.
First year rider, according to Damo.
He's got a lot of development. Definitely one to watch for the future.
Yeah, he looks strong. In for the bell, keeping it high. Dropping it down and riding a nice bend for turn 1 and 2, keeping it low. In for the finish for a 12.092. Back into the Australians with Mitchell Stevens. Got a traditional setup there of sprint equipment with the BT bike. Still going strong, it's a timeless design. Another one from Adelaide.
It's a big boy.
Yeah, he does have some development on him, doesn't he? Giving it a nudge nice and early out of turn 2. Carrying it into 3, out of the saddle for 4, and here he comes.
Got good speed coming around that corner. He dives in now.
He looks quick. Interesting to see what he goes through the 100 in.
5.3 at the 100.
And in for a 10.8.
It's not a bad time.
Nice time. He was super aero too, wasn't he? He didn't waver, even when he was really laying it down.
Yeah, got that head down.
Sterling Crackman, another one from TA. We've seen Sterling develop nicely over the last couple of years on the track. Does he ride a bit of endurance as well?
Yeah, I have. He's often out at some of the A-grade races. But yeah, just doing a bit of sprint on the track, I guess.
Nice. I guess riders at this age, they start defining what pathway they're going to go down.
Yeah, 100%.
I always like a sprinter that can ride some endurance.
Don't we all?
Winding it up now. He'll come in with 1 to go.
He's keeping it really close to the fence.
He was keeping it close, yeah. I think he might have touched it.
That's a nice position. He's got the head down, focusing on the lines.
He's really on top of that gear nicely too, isn't he? In for a 10.794 for our fastest time so far. Nice ride, Sterling. Next up is Benjamin Woods from Australia.
From Australia, being representing the Blackburn Cycling Club.
Blackburn Cycling Club's been around for a long time. Not a single rider not on the standard equipment of double discs and aero frame. Some pretty modern equipment being used too. Ben's on the Dolan with the wide stance forks and stays. Winding it up with 1 to go.
In the meantime, Benjamin starts the clock before he goes through the 100 in.
Riding a nice bend there and in for a 10.8. Solid time.
Puts him into second.
Yeah, it's all pretty close there amongst those top 3 at the moment, isn't it?
Yeah. What would you say is a like winnable or fast time for under 19 sprint?
I'd take a bit of a guess, but I'd say it's probably going to be somewhere around 10.6 to sort of a high 10.7 that we've got there.
Yeah. Yeah, the sprint stuff's always down to the marginal gains.
Yeah, if I look down here at the rider list, we've got Ben Murphy coming up in number 13. He always rides a nice qualifying. He generally rides wheel 1 in the team sprint, doesn't he? So he's really fast in that initial wind-up.
Yeah, he's got a good kick on him.
William Emilius now from Australia. Riding high.
From the Balmoral Cycling Club.
Dropping it in.
That's a nice still position. 5.4 at the half. Goes to 10.899.
Another 10.8. Now we've got Enzo Martorado from France, so another rider out of New Caledonia. Awesome to see so many of these guys here.
Oh yeah, 100%.
bringing another element to the competition, so it's not just New Zealand and Australia.
Yeah, yeah.
We missed the New Kellys for quite a number of years there with Oceanias, where it was just New Zealand and Australia. But I don't want to say back in my day, but back in my day, yeah, the New Kellys were always there competing in the Oceanias road and track.
Yeah.
So great to see them back.
Mm.
He's another one that's been out here for the UCI satellite training sessions during the season. Winding it up now. He was giving it some good seated power down the back.
Yep. Yeah, really stomping on the pedals here. So 5-3 at the half. See what he can come through with. 11.2.
Yeah, he was one of the quickest to the half, but he just faded in that second half of the ride.
Yeah, yeah.
He's getting a little bit high just out of turn 3, which might have taken a bit of speed off. Now we've got Riley Boyd, one of the taller riders in the field. Let's see what Riley can put down. Keeping it high. Coming in for 2 to go. Right on top of that gear with 1.5 to go. Now he's out of the saddle.
Good build up here. He's got some pace.
Yeah, and it looked effortless too, didn't it?
Yeah, yeah.
It's got a smooth style. Even right on top of that gear at that high cadence, he's not wavering at all. (11.162). So still our fastest as we're halfway through this list is young Sterling Crackman from TA, followed closely by Ben Woods from Australia in 11.819, and then Will Emulus from Australia, 10.89. Cooper Nilsson now from New Zealand, riding for TA, another one out of the strong TA club. It's funny where riders originate from. They tend to have pockets of a certain rider type, and TA is certainly that club that has a lot of sprinters.
Yeah.
Whereas in Auckland, you tend to see a lot of endurance riders.
Yeah.
I guess with sprinting being such a specialist event, you need to be based close by the velodrome really to be getting the most out of it.
Definitely would have an influence on what people pick. It's a nice line into that first corner.
Yeah, he looks
5-1.
polished, doesn't he? This will be a nice time.
I think that's our fastest half.
10.436.
10.4. It's fast.
Under my prediction of 10.5.
Yeah.
Nice one, Cooper. Next up, from Australia again, Luca Piat, riding for Sassy, South Australia.
Is Luca Piat, representing Australia but South Australian Sports Institute.
Keeping it slow and controlled at the moment as he just finds his line, getting through these early laps. In with 2 to go, still very controlled.
Another one who's not afraid of getting close to the fence, getting every little inch of speed, staying up high.
Here he comes for the bell, out of the saddle, seated into the turn.
Starts the clock. He's going quick. He's through
A little bit high there, but it was only the straight.
5-2 at the half. Comes in with a 10.5.
10.5, yeah, one of our fastest times. That's second at the moment. Nice ride, Luca.
Fastest so far. Now move on to Christopher Mullins from Australia. And Christopher
It's great seeing so many clumped together and those times. It means we're going to have some interesting sprinting when they start facing off against each other.
Yep, definitely.
Christopher Mullins from Australia. You can't get much higher on the track than that.
No. Some sprinters opting to keep themselves really low around the top to get every inch of, aerodynamic gains while they're just going slow and resting their legs.
Yeah, I guess it's like resting the system, isn't it? Getting ready for the big acceleration.
Yep.
It's got quite a strong build on him, Chris. It's going to be interesting to see what time he rips out.
Chris moves down and starts the clock.
Down to the timing strip. Through in a 5.6.
6.91.
And finishing off with an 11.6.
Moving on now to Sebastian Topping.
He's sort of midfield. It was a fine time. Next up, another one from Australia, Sebastian Topping, riding for the QAS.
This is a name that I have heard before. I think he was here for the C2.
Back in December?
I think so, yeah.
So he's no stranger to the Cambridge track.
Yep.
He'll know its ways. And you raced at the C2 as well, Josh?
Yeah, I did.
One of your first forays back into the track?
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, it was an eye-opener, definitely. A lot different to the road. And yeah, specific training obviously really helps with that.
And do you think like it can complement your road riding as well?
Yeah, I
Those
think it
hard
could.
efforts?
I think the seated power would do nothing but good for your road. Being able to push really hard in the seat against those like big gears and stuff, I think would help.
A nice 5.3 through the halfway for Sebastian. That was one of our fastest through, and in for a 10.818. Yeah, like you were describing there, I always used to find riding some track mixed in with the road riding is that it really helped with that explosiveness that consistent road riding can sort of, ride out of your legs.
Yep.
And it's really good being able to utilize that that training and the racing from the track to cross gaps quick on the road, get across to moves instead of having it take sort of 2-3 minutes to cross a gap. You can get across in a matter of seconds.
Yeah, definitely. I think the track efforts and just racing on the track definitely helps, having that high intensity for longer periods in the track, whereas roads a bit on off. Track can be really hard for quite a while.
Yeah, exactly, yeah. Wishing for it to end.
Yeah.
So now up we've got Benjamin Murphy from New Zealand. Ben rode last year in the Junior World Championships, and he'll be expecting a good time here. He's a strong rider, and he's out of the saddle winding it up now. Look at that look on his face. He dives down for the timing strip. He's holding a nice line. He's aero and on top of the gear. Nice time of 5.2. And in for a 10.872. So one of our quicker times, but he's not in the first two there. But yeah, it's a solid time that'll see him set well for the sprint competition. And our final rider now is Angus Withington from Australia. Great position on the bike. Nice time by Angus.
Now move on to the next event, which is the...
So we're getting through the events in a good fashion here, right on schedule. We've now finished the junior women and junior men sprint qualifyings, event 1 and 2. Now we're into the individual pursuiting, the endurance riders' turn to come out. And first up we've got Lily Havard from New Zealand and Eva Wyman. I race with Eva's dad and uncle on the road.
Yeah.
So I'd say one or two of them will be down here supporting Eva. Lily will be in the home straight.
Yeah, Eva's a local. I think she goes to St. Peter's, so she'll definitely be out at the track a lot.
Yeah, right. So she'll be experienced on this track. You riding a pursuit yourself here?
Yeah, I am. Tomorrow, give it a crack. See how we go.
Nice work. Will it be your first one in competition?
Yes. Yeah. Yeah, I'll give it a good crack. I got a goal time, so I'll be giving it everything to hopefully hit that.
Yeah, nice work. Get a line in the sand.
Yeah, definitely. And then give it another crack as well to either improve or beat what I did here down at Nationals.
Down at Invercargill.
Yeah.
Yeah, nice one. Yeah, it's interesting, you and your brother Liam's gone down the sprint pathway and you've gone down the endurance side. Often you'll see siblings following the same path, but yeah, you've resisted well.
Yeah.
It's electronically timed, but there's also manual timekeepers, just in case things don't quite go to plan. We have one caller or handler out on the track. Brendan Henderson, the starter, is happy. Everything seems to work. Scorers, keepers.
What's the distance of the junior woman IP? Is it 3 kilometres?
Yeah, 3,000. Yeah, so it's gone up in distance. It used to be at 2,000, so now it's the new international distance.
Yep.
So there's a lot of finding out about yourself, how you handled that last K,
Yeah.
adding a third onto the event.
Yeah.
Kind of turns it more into a disciplined, paced event as opposed to an extra long kilo.
Yeah.
You have to make sure, coming out of that second kilometre that you're still well positioned to power through those last 4 laps. Whereas the old 2,000 metres was an interesting one. You'd go out riding just sort of sub what you might do for a kilo, and you'd really be feeling it with 2 to go, but you just have to manage through the best you could.
Yeah. You bring it back. Don't want to crack in that last kilometre because it can be a long last kilometre.
It can be ugly.
Yeah.
So both cleanly out of the gates and winding up now. Lily in the Otago suit. And Eva riding in the TA suit. On another timeless track design, the Cervelo T4. And Lily on a Giant. You don't see a lot of Giant track bikes around these days.
I was just about to say that.
Yeah.
But yeah, there's definitely lots of T4s around.
Yeah, it would have been one of the most used bikes over the last sort of 15 years, eh?
Yeah.
Lily just up at the moment in the early stages of the ride. We'll see what they come through the kilo at. So Eva's pulled off the track. She mustn't have been feeling that. I was wondering what was happening with that timer. So it just leaves Lily going round. Have to find out what happened to Eva. She's sitting down. Let's hope she's okay. Dan Gardner going over there to check on her. So Lily's well into this ride now, over halfway. Pedaling nicely at 18.75 for a 2:28. It's always harder when there's no one else on the track. Sometimes you can have a sneaky peek across and see where you're sitting in relation to them, and it can either motivate you to give it more or motivate you to give it a little bit more to catch up. So she's out there all alone now. Being called by Elise Fraser. Herself a well celebrated rider on the road and the track in her day. Now seen firmly at the trackside coaching. Coming into the closing stages of the ride now. It's the bell. Crossing there at 3:33. So she's giving it all for this final lap now. You can actually see she's picked up the pace a little bit for this last lap. Not many riders can do that.
Yeah, it's definitely hard to, especially in the seat with your arms in the time trial position, it's hard to really, crunch that gear to pick it up.
And a 3:52. Yeah, when you've been locked into that pace control for so long, being able to raise the pace afterward is a special skill. Out come the gates again. Commissaires warning the riders to stay high. Now we've got Holly Bishop in the front straight from CNC, and Maddie Bell also from CMC.
Two Auckland riders.
Yeah, like I was saying, we're strong on the endurance side.
Yeah.
Yeah, both of these two ride really well in the Auckland School Series on the road as well. So they're used to doing all that team time trialling from the college sports series we have, so there'll be no stranger to this sort of intensity and effort.
Yeah, that's really cool that they do that up in Auckland.
Yeah, Maddie Bell's coming back from a knee injury that she got last year playing football. So, yeah, she was really poised to do great things, I think, at the Nationals last year, but she was sidelined with that. So it's going to be exciting to see what she can put down this time around. Holly's got the new aero lid from Giro, the Aerohead 2, the long one. It's amazing what this helmet can do for closing up the space at the front when worn correctly. It doesn't work for everyone, but if you can hold it in the right position, then it's an outstanding piece of equipment. Clock's on. The nervous moments in the start gate as they wait. 10 to go. And a nice start from both riders.
Yep,
keeping it straight on the track.
Both coming out of the gate nice and clean.
Pretty even too, weren't they?
Yeah, yeah.
They both rolled away. Maddie's a bit of a faster starter here. Both down onto the bars now. And Holly really bringing it back on that second split there.
Yeah.
Almost to make it evens again. It'll probably be evens as we come through. Yeah, slightly up now. So a slower start, but
Holly's very strong on the road from what I've seen. So she'll definitely ride within herself, I'd say, and then maybe use that road endurance to bring it back towards the end.
Yeah, right in the latter stage of the pursuit.
She's got a nice lead here.
She has got a nice lead, and if she keeps pushing like this, in another couple of laps, she'll probably be starting to feel a little bit of the drafting effect off Maddie, who's riding a controlled race.
Now these are the qualifying, so they have to go round and keep going for their time.
Yeah, correct. Yep, they'll both post a time. Both holding that position nicely. Two really smooth riders. All of the aero equipment from both riders, double disc wheels, speed suits, aero booties. And you can see some time's gone into those bike fits. Both of these riders part of the Auckland track cycling program, where we do our training and racing on the Manukau velodrome that was built for the 1990 Commonwealth Games, and apart from a few bumps, it's still going strong. But we do appreciate it when we get down here.
Yeah.
So we heard a 9.6 call from Coach Andrew Williams there. Andrew moved up from Canterbury and now one of the local coaches based here in Cambridge. 9.8, she's holding it pretty steady. Looked like she tried to give it a little lift there. She'll be wanting to make the most of the closing stages of this, and if she can find a little bit of a lift out of the draft off Maddie Bell. It looks pretty nuggety out there as they come in to get the bell.
Yeah.
They're both fighting hard.
Yeah, Holly had a fast start, but that gap's almost staying.
It stayed pretty consistent, hey? She closed it up in the early stages, but hasn't managed to make too much more of an imprint in the sort of latter quarter of this ride.
Yeah.
Here we come,
Last
the
lap.
bell for Holly. Just going a little bit high there. That's just experience as these riders progress through these under-19 ranks, and the more laps they cut on the track, the shorter distance they'll be able to ride around the track, the black line being the shortest. 3:56 for Holly, just slightly outside that time set earlier by Lily. And a 4:01 for Maddie Bell. Next up, another couple of Kiwis, Shayla Sayers, who rode the Junior World Champs last year for New Zealand, and racing against Lily Keast. The Keast, quite a famous cycling family in New Zealand. There's Hamish, Ollie, and Lily, and they're all strong endurance riders on the road and the track. Hamish recently riding the Tour of Southland and riding strongly, but came off on the day to Tianau in a crash, breaking his wrist. I saw him in the pits at time trial the other day, and he's healing nicely, and he's going to be performing here even with the custom-made cast. So yeah, the toughness and commitment by these riders to take part and lay down their best, whatever the circumstances, is unbelievable.
Lily Keast on the front straight. Both Canterbury riders.
Both Canterbury, yeah. I think Shayla in the
Shayla's.
home straight and Lily in the back.
Okay.
Yeah, it's hard to tell when they're in the same suit.
Yeah.
I think expect a couple of good times out of these two riders. They've spent a significant amount of time on the boards honing their skill. 5 to go. Another clean start from both. What do you use for your technique, Josh, when you get out of the gate in order to make it a clean one?
I just go up on 2, back on 1, and then just out of the gate. Make sure you've got tension on the chain when you're pushing out of the gate, and you don't have that
little rock.
Yeah.
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 So a 23.2 for the start for Shayla. That's a tidy time for your first lap in an individual pursuit.
Keep her on the right-hand side of your
Andrew just telling his rider to settle down. It's coming out of the start a bit fast.
She did look like she was still accelerating on that second lap instead of doing the little float settle period, eh?
Yeah, all these riders will have race plans set out and what kind of times they're aiming for their laps, which they know they do, like within their ability. So their coaches will obviously know that as well. So if they see them going over it too early, then they'll get them to settle down.
Yeah, it's like imperative they stay on it too, right? At least for the first sort of half or 2/3 of the ride, because you're on a knife edge of effort, and going over it can have dire consequences.
Yeah, you can make a little time at the start, but if you blow with a K and a half to go, yeah, it's not going to be a fun last kilometre, and you lose so much time towards the end if you've blown up.
What kind of coffee? Just right there.
Damo just getting the coffee orders in here. I could get used to this commentating. So yeah, nice advantage by Shayla Sayers at the moment, but they're both riding quick. These will, I'd say, be our 2 fastest times so far in the program. An 8.4 by Shayla still in the later stages of this ride. She was in the 6s early on, but she's still tracking nicely. Both of these riders, you can see, have spent a lot of time in the aero position. They're not doing many shuffles to reset the position in the straight. So yeah, they must have strong cores and have spent good time there. It takes so much discipline to ride that position and be looking down, just following the line.
Yeah.
Staying aero.
Yeah, it's definitely something I've worked on a bit. Having the confidence to get your head like really low and just being able to see the line, and
because that's what it is, isn't it? It's confidence. You're looking down, and you know you can keep doing it, but the thought creeps into your head that you should have a peek up and see what's happening up there, even though you know it's clear track.
Yeah, and you see all the big elites riding with like the most aero positions, and it's like, how are they holding this? But
so the bell for Shayla there, and we've seen Lily really bring this back. It's almost going to be not quite evens, but she's really lifted in the latter stages of this ride. So a nice 3:45 and a 3:47.
That's our fastest so far.
Our 2 fastest so far.
Strong coming from Canterbury. Well done.
Yeah, it was. Yeah, they have a great program down there too. There's so many good people down there who run that program and turn up to all their club nights for coaching and racing. They have the motorbike out. They really get the most out of that Denton track. Yeah, I do wonder, looking at Lily's ride there, if she had have lifted that pace with just 1 lap earlier, it could have been like even closer again, because yeah, she looked super comfortable in that last lap lifting. Now we have a New Zealand versus Australia affair. We have Mia Pepper from Auckland. She's come up really nicely through the ranks. She's one of the Barradine school cyclists. And versus Sienna Monteith from Australia.
Our first Aussie girl in the IP.
First one so far.
Yep.
Yep. And only 2 in the field. Megan Moore will be one to watch. Mia's another one that's come through the Auckland track cycling program that's been headed up by Logan Moore, Tessa Jenkins and Steve Parker. Duncan Turnbull doing all the comms, Andrew Feringa helping, and Cam Spath finding the funding. So it's a great program up in Auckland. Another 2 good starts. Mia using the gradient to fall down onto the blue to build a little bit of speed as well. A nice tactic. That seems to have the blind eye turned to it from the commissaires, realising that sometimes there could be a wobble.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, I think it happens when they don't come amazingly out of the gate. They struggle to push on their gear a lot.
If you don't sort of thrust out.
Yeah. They kind of just, instead of thrusting, they're just pedaling, and so they don't get enough force on those big gears to actually roll away.
To
so
go
they
forward.
have to use the banking a little bit.
So nice lines by both of these riders. Staying in between the black and the red, and often right on the black or slightly under. One of the benefits of not having the sponges out these days for pursuing. Nice 7.9 by Mia there. She's called by her coach, Andrew Williams. Mia was a medalist at the recent Northern Cup competition that was getting the riders ready for this event, and then in a few weeks' time, Nationals. It's great having so many opportunities for the riders to put these efforts down in competition, which brings a different element, than just doing it in training.
Yeah, yeah, it's definitely good to do it at least once in competition before the big show.
Yeah,
like today.
Yeah, often you can find something wasn't quite right, the position or the gear, and you get an opportunity to correct it.
Yeah.
So some nice laps coming in from Sienna Monteith.
Yeah, she's rolling fast. It's got a nice pace going for her. She's almost on the same straight as Mia.
Yeah, she's just been building nicely, hasn't she? Really steady lap calls. Mia's just lifted it a little bit. She's got strong endurance. So they're over the halfway now. Now's where you've really got to be processing that lactic acid to stay on pace. Sienna's got a slightly higher cadence now. You can see she's lifted it now. She's got Mia within her sights.
Yeah. Bunny chasing the carrot. It's a bit of motivation.
Yeah, now at about this point as well, you just start feeling the little effects of being in a draft, and she'll close this last little bit up a little bit quicker than what she was before. And she'll try and make that pass down a straight.
Yeah.
Mia's still lapping well.
It's the last lap for both of them now.
So I think Sienna's probably going to have to pass her around the banking to keep her her pace on. Oh, she's done in the back straight. So a 3:44 and a 3:53, 2 good times.
The 3:44, I think, is our quickest so far, by 1 second.
Our fastest time so far, yeah. Just ahead of Shayla Sayers from the previous Canterbury versus Canterbury clash. So our last heat now, look for this one being a fast one, as we have Neve McKenzie from New Zealand. She's one of the Black Magic riders riding in the CMC colours, versus Megan Moore. Megan's a really talented young rider on the road and track. Megan's another one from a cycling family. Neve's relatively new to track, but she's taken to it pretty well, hasn't she?
Yeah.
Utilising that strength and power she's got on the roadside, where she's quite dominant in this grade.
Yeah, definitely.
What were her results on the weekend at the Road Nationals? I saw her on the podiums.
Yeah, I think she podiumed in the road race. I'd say she would have podiumed in the time trial as well.
For sure, yeah.
But yeah, I think she got second or third in the road race.
Another one using the Giro Arrowhead 2, and Megan in the other sort of most popular TT helmet is the Pop Tempo, out a few years earlier, which sort of set the trend for those early wide helmets. No, actually, she's not in the Tempo. She's in the Ecoy, yeah, the wide body. Similar from the side profile.
Yes.
Oh, Neve's on a big gear there as she powers that out of the gate. Riding the Look 895.
Fast start from Neve.
Megan on the Dolan, TT set up. Solid start there for Neve in a 23.4. She's built more speed in the second lap.
And in the 15th of the 8th final from Blackburn Cycling Club, Alana Lake will ride Hazel Gardner from T.O. Mooney's Cycling Club. And just a reminder that we did have those first three riders went through automatically to the quarterfinal.
Both riders really nice positions on the bike and lapping fast. (7.4) just called there from Coach Andrew Williams again. He's got a busy schedule here.
Yep, a lot of riders. He's got his work cut out for him today.
He does. He'll be sounding like a 50-year-old smoker at the end of this session. So Neve's really ripping into it here. She'll have a fair idea of what she has to do, and I say that schedule would have probably been rejigged and set in stone so that she does enough to qualify fastest, but doesn't overextend. So what happens next is the fastest two riders go into the gold and silver final, and then third and fourth go straight to the bronze final. So yeah, it's super important for the riders who have got designs on a final to lay down their fastest time in the qualifyings. 7.7 for Neve.
Andrew just yelling to build there. I think the pace has dropped a little bit.
Yeah, so currently these riders are circulating in first and third position. So both looking on schedule to make a final. Megan lifting it there to come into second, so she's got a fast second half in her.
Seems to be accelerating actually. However, Megan Moore looks smooth. We have a long way to go, or reasonable distance to go.
7.50 to go for both of these riders.
Still under 18 second laps for Neve.
Yeah, that's solid lap, isn't it?
Yeah.
still in the sevens.
2 laps left.
Megan, though, she moves into second spot, and you can see Megan coming back slightly on knee.
So yeah, Megan's really held on well in the second part of this ride, where Neve made an impression in the first half.
Yeah.
But Megan's resisted, and she's accelerating away here. It'll be enough to take them both through to the gold final tonight. 2 nice rides, a 3:38 and a 40. So that will be our gold-silver ride tonight. Neve McKenzie and Megan Moore, and they'll be in that same order on the track. And then closely matched as well, we're going to have a ripper for the bronze. We'll have Sienna Monteith versus Shayla Sayers. So yeah, 2 riders very close together, only less than a second apart.
Yeah.
Shayla, right off for the bronze, but we'll leave that to the officials. Now move on to the under-19 girls' 8 final sprints.
So now we're back into the sprints and straight up with the under-19 girls. So this is where the qualifying was important, and this pits them against their competitor based on time they did in the qualifying. So we've got Sarah Hartstone from Cycling Southland and Minnie Collins from Bike Manawatu on the west coast. Minnie opting for the aero helmet with glasses set up, and Sarah with the full mirrored visor. Maximum lateral rigidity diving down off the banking. And these 2 riders have to maintain a walking pace for this first lap here.
Yeah, maybe for those viewers that don't know much about a match sprint, it's a 3-lap race. They usually start off slow, as we can see. Riders are positioned front and rear, so 1 and 2. They can change positions if they want to. Some riders prefer to have the front, so the second rider will roll to the front. Some riders prefer to be behind, so they might track stand to force the other rider forward.
Yeah, and they might not want to be on the front until they want it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Any advantage that one is trying to get.
Sarah getting a bit of height here. It's always a bit of a danger to look back and seeing your competitor high.
There we go.
Now she's come under her, and she will look to try and hold Minnie on the track, but Minnie's too clever for that. She got out of that.
There we go.
And both accelerating away low on the track.
Yeah.
So it's a drag race down the home straight. Minnie on the front.
It's like she's opening up a little bit of a gap. It's going to be tough for Sarah to bring that back. Yeah, looks like Minnie's going to take that one.
Yeah, it was a hard little acceleration away, almost a little bit by surprise, and Sarah probably would have been wishing she had a little bit of height on the track to help with that acceleration.
Yeah. And are these ones best of 3 as well?
So the winner of each one of these qualifies to the quarters, so these are the 8s.
Okay.
So yeah, that was a one and done. That was a super important ride.
Yeah. So Minnie moves herself forward to the quarterfinals.
So now we've got Emily Watch from Australia, from the Capital Territory, versus a fellow Australian, Madison Smith from Gold Coast. Being pushed out onto the track early there, nothing like a little adrenaline rush.
Oh,
let's hope she stays up. She's doing a full loop. No fault of the rider. It's hard to get up onto the track from a held start when the forces of the bike are wanting to push it down and the holders having to push you up. Especially as they get used to the like the banking in the straight on a track they haven't been on before. You kind of get used to your home track, don't you?
Yeah.
Enough room there for young Madison to get in. There are some regulations in terms of.
So Madison riding at the top.
The rider that's drawn one has an obligation to the suit line on the other side of the track.
Off they go. Emily's just keeping watch of where her competitor is. You have to have eyes in the back of your head. I think.
Restart.
Yeah. Madison came down too far off the track.
Yeah.
So commissaire Brendan Patterson cracked the pistol. So they should come straight round to start the re-ride. Brendan, the PCP at the recent under-19 Elite Road Nationals in Cambridge as well, so he's had a busy few days. Recently completing his commissaire exams to go to the highest level now. So he's in the flash blue shirt, no longer white. We've been fortunate to have Brendan as one of our Auckland commissaires over the last few years as he's been progressing through, bringing an air of efficiency and professionalism to our Wednesday night racing.
Yeah, he's definitely a local that has been around for a while, and I think gives a lot to the cycling community.
He loves the sport and is firm but fair.
Let's see if they can get away cleanly this time.
Yeah, I just wonder if on that first ride, because they both had a sort of shaky wheel up to the line, they must have lost a little bit of confidence coming out of the hands of the starters.
Hopefully that hasn't put her off. I know it can shake it up in the head a little bit.
Yeah, that's right. Yep, when you're focusing on such a big ride, but no, they've got away cleanly now.
Yep.
Yeah, they're certainly ducking and weaving. Putting a little bit of pace on now, still really low on the track. And we see Emily getting a little bit of height now, coming down. Yeah, she's building speed and coming cleanly around the outside. As Madison gets out of the saddle to accelerate onto that wheel with the bell, she's getting more height to try and dive down.
Certainly, Emily Watch has got the advantage.
So Madison's closing it up here, but I think she just gave away too much in that initial acceleration. A clean ride, and we'll see Emily go through to the quarters. Australia again in the next ride with Madeline Pitt and Alexis Phillips.
Madeline Pitt riding for XBET Australia and Alexis Phillips riding for Vikings Cycling Club.
Both riders clipped in, putting on the straps, and then we'll probably see the aero booties go over the top. It's quite a process to get ready for the event, isn't it?
Yeah. Most of these sprinters have straps to make sure their feet stay locked in the pedals. So they'll chuck their booties over top of that. So they'll do that once they hop on the bike and get their straps done up.
And Madeline is drawn 2.
Both wheeled up cleanly.
And Alexis 1. And they go.
Nice roll away.
Alexis taking the lead here. As we get to the middle of the set of riders here, we see 2 riders that were pretty evenly matched in the qualifying.
Sprint 8 finals. We'll move on to the junior men. Their 8 finals.
So both of these riders will be reasonably similar in terms of their top end speed, with tactics and choices made becoming even more important. Alexis still holding the front. Madeline's been pretty happy to keep it there. She starts building a little bit of height on the track. For this stage in the game, they're both rolling around at a reasonable pace, aren't they?
Yeah.
Both accelerating at about the same time. And Alexis leading this one out as Madeline tries to come around the outside.
Shoulder. She looks like she's going to get it done on the straight. That's a nice sprint from Madeline. She'll put herself through to the quarterfinals.
In the next heat, we have Milan Bradshaw from University of Queensland riding Piper Newton.
Now we've got Australia versus New Zealand. We've got Milan Bradshaw from the University of Queensland and Piper Newton from the West Coast. In the qualifying, we had Milan Bradshaw coming in with a 12.117 and Piper Newton coming in with a 12.365. So both similar matched in the qualifying round. This could be another good ride.
In the next heat 4, the GJ Gardner.
It's great to see quite a few riders here from the West Coast. Certainly having that wooden velodrome in Wanganui has helped their cause. It may not be indoor, but it's smooth and fast. Piper being wheeled up by Mike. Milan being wheeled up by Finn Cullinane, who used to work for Cycling New Zealand before he took up the post in Queensland.
Yeah. I think he worked closely with my brother. I've seen him around. Helped a lot with the sprint program. And the guys moving towards getting into that high performance New Zealand team.
Into that next space.
Yeah.
University of Queensland Cycling Club, and riding Piper Newton. Piper in the green.
Milan keeping her in touching distance, but opting to get a little bit more height on the track. Piper staying low, but she's keeping a bit of speed on here. She's definitely thinking if she doesn't have height, she needs to have speed, so she doesn't get caught out. Trying to throw her a little dummy attack down the straight then to see what Milan was going to do, if she was going to react. Ducking and weaving. Both holding some good speed, and they're going to lead out from low on the track. Shoulder to shoulder around turn 1, and they come into the back straight equally matched. Milan just moving ahead.
Did a nice acceleration down the back straight.
It was pretty close as they came into turn 3, wasn't it, with both of them almost inside the sprinters lane.
Yeah.
First across the line there by Milan. Another New Zealand versus Australia in the final ride. We've got Alana Lake from the Blackburn Cycling Club and Hazel Gardner from TA, Te Awamuru Sport Cycling.
understand that she has received a warning for coming into the sprinters lane.
So Milan Bradshaw did just receive a warning for coming into the sprinters lane as the two riders in that previous race entered turn 3. So that's a warning. I think she only gets one more. So yeah, she'll definitely be watching her her tactics for the next round. I don't think that'll overturn the decision though, but it's a warning nonetheless. So top of the track we've got Hazel Gardner, and in the red we've got Alana Lake. So in that qualifying earlier this morning with this grade, first, second and third go straight to the quarterfinal, so they get to skip this round.
Yep.
So there'll be one ride less in their legs as the riders reach the quarters. So those riders were Lily Cameron, Paige Squire and April Catt.
Hazel just following closely here. She does a lot of BMX as well, so double disciplined cyclist.
Often we see the BMX riders having really good jumps, don't we? Fast accelerations. Just getting some good height on the track here. Alana matching her and staying low, keeping her high before she commits to that sprinter's lane.
Close here coming on this last corner.
Between these two girls.
Probably our closest ride so far, but Alana takes that one. So she'll go through to the corners.
As mentioned earlier, Milan Bradshaw in heat 4.
Didn't really know which way that one was going to go down the back straight. It could have gone either way, couldn't it?
Yeah, I feel like Hazel had a point down the back straight where she came up with a lot of speed behind her and then just chose to go high. She could have maybe hit her a bit earlier.
Committed a bit earlier and taken that initiative.
Yeah, I don't think Alana was expecting anything there, so she could have got a bit of a jump on her, but nevertheless it was a close sprint and she gave it her all.
Yeah, she did. They were pretty evenly matched, and it was just a tactical choice. I think that made the difference there.
Yeah, Alana did good holding Hazel up before she committed to the sprinter's lane. But
yeah, she did. Like, she didn't really commit until they were down the back straight, did she?
Yeah, she did a good job of keeping Hazel on her shoulder. And yeah, Hazel really couldn't do anything to get around that.
So now we're into the under 19 men sprint. Reed Matai from TA and Angus Withington from Capital Territory. So once again, the winner of each of these rides will go through to the quarterfinals. It's a one and done. So these riders will be wanting to bring their best self to this round. Neither rider wanting to really be at the front here, Josh, as they enter turn 3, coming to a standstill. You're not allowed to hold still on the track for too long these days, are they? The commissaires will blow the whistle for a re-ride.
Yeah.
Matai keeping his competitor in check there, looking behind.
Holding the wheel nicely.
Yeah, Angus really tuned in to not giving Matai any room on the track, and now he comes under. Just as Matai looked the other way, Angus ducked under.
He swung up trying to get a bit of height, and Angus took that space and that time to just easily sweep under and take the win.
Two good riders there, but yeah, classic tactic by Angus, wasn't it? He was really sticking close and watching what his competitor was doing, where he was looking. Next up, we've got Sterling Crackman from TA, another strong sprinter out of the Waikato Club, and Christopher Mullins from the Balmoral Cycling Club. It's always tough when you come up against a sprinter from another country who you may not have ridden against before, and you don't know their movements on the track, what their jumps like, what their back end's like.
Yeah.
This will be one of those rides.
Subway, the Sport Integrity Commission, and the gardens for the flowers and that they provide. Fellow Bike Innovation. We're very lucky. In particular, we thank our major sponsor,
Dan Gardner reeling Sterling up there. Dan himself a ex-professional road rider and a winner of the Tour of Southland just 3 years ago, riding for our Pista Corsa team. So it's great to see Dan furthering himself with his coaching off the bike now and coaching riders at the top level. He started a great business based out of the Waikato called Rehab, where he does bike fitting coaching sessions on the track, and this year was managing a team in the Tour of Southland. Sterling in the second position here, not wanting to take the lead just yet.
Too much away while these riders are riding. I will just highlight to you, in terms of our major sponsor, which is GJ Gardner. They are locally owned actually, and are operated by Simon and Dominique Padu. Proud backers, as I mentioned, of a lot of events that happen here within the Waipā district.
Great to see such a big partner of GJ Gardner Homes in the Waikato coming on and supporting this event. Well-known construction company getting right in behind cycling. So yeah, a big thank you to GJ Gardner Homes. Also supporting the Road Nationals on the weekend.
Yeah. Yeah, it's amazing to have a company like that that's backing the cycling stuff.
These riders both building speed now. Sterling keeping Christopher within check. As Christopher gives it a big wind up down low on the track. It's a little bit of a drag race, this one, and Sterling is right in that draft.
They're both committed. It's going to be a drag race coming out of quarter 4.
It's going to be tough to get past here, but he just gets there.
Nice sprint.
Yeah, that was a great sprint by these two riders, pretty evenly matched.
Yeah.
Sterling just getting over. That will be one of those ride-offs where it could have gone either way, and if it was the best of 3 rides, then who knows what way that could have gone. Now we have our first rider from New Caledonia coming in with Chad Charret versus Sebastian Topping from Queensland. Another rider being wheeled up by Finn Cullinane. Sebastian in the 1 position and Chad up high in number 2. Giving each other the traditional stare off, and away they roll. Chad, another rider who's benefited from the Cambridge Velodrome being a UCI training hub, where the riders get to come down, take part in training camps on the Cambridge Velodrome and take advantage of the coaching staff.
And of course, as mentioned earlier, they are so lucky having what was a dominant era in women's sprinting, Felicity Ballinger. She's here looking after these riders.
Both riders engaged in a tactical battle here, with Sebastian looking over his shoulder, keeping tabs on exactly where Chad might be on the track to avoid any surprise.
Sebastian topping the young red from
Still looking over that shoulder, keeping him in sight as he builds speed. This will be another one that is a drag race as they hit the home straight here with one to go. Chad underneath, but Sebastian coming nicely over top. Pretty evenly matched in pace. Chad coming back here, he'll be looking to try and get past. Coming close, but not enough track. Well done to Sebastian. Another Australia versus New Caledonia affair coming up next, with Benjamin Woods from Blackburn and Enzo Martorejo from New Cali.
From the Blackburn Cycling Club in Australia. We'll be riding from New Caledonia.
Clipping in and then pulling down tightly on those straps. A precaution to keep the feet engaged in the pedals should the cleat try and pull out.
It's okay now, they're rolling up. Yep. But that's a good chance to see them all clipping in when they're over.
The warm conditions inside the velodrome today as we're mid-20s outside.
We normally have the portable camera right in their face. There's no operators there.
No eye we're on with Enzo as he was giving Ben a first steer down. Ben keeping it weaving there, so Enzo doesn't really have an idea of what the tactic might be from the Australian. But Enzo keeping the pace nice and steady, so he doesn't take a surprise here from Ben with a dive down. A couple of experienced sprinters. Benjamin's building some nice height here, and if he has height and speed, that's pretty dangerous. Down he comes. Enzo matching the acceleration. They both come a little high there, but Enzo hadn't committed to the sprint lane just yet. Benjamin coming round nicely over the top to the win. So another Australian through to the quarterfinals. Next up, we've got another two Australians. We've got Riley Boyd from Brunswick and Mitchell Stevens from Adelaide Hills. A lot of Australians in this junior under-19 men's sprint field. So Riley posting an 11.1 in qualifying, and Ben Murphy at 10.8. So, sorry, Ben's in the next one. Riley posting an 11.1 and Mitchell Stevens posting a 10.8, yeah. So both riders slightly within pace of each other, with Mitchell just being slightly faster of the two. But as we know, it all comes down to tactics in these ride-offs. Riley high on the track, and Mitchell underneath.
2026 Oceania Track Championships in the junior men
So Australia producing some quality sprint talent here in the junior under-19 men's, with riders in almost every heat of these 8th finals. Mitchell taking a bit of a lead here. Riley was letting him get out to a sizable gap, but he's shored that up. And he's coming back with some nice height on the track. Both riders going high. Coming in for the bell. Riley high and winding up. He'll take some good acceleration into this final lap. Mitchell's powering away down there, but Riley's really coming back at him. Great ride by both riders there, finishing close together. Now we come into our final ride with Kiwi Ben Murphy from TA Cycling Club and William Emilius of Balmoral in Australia. Both riders posting 10.8s in the qualifying, so identically matched, these two. Ben in his final year of his under-19 and a rider that represented New Zealand at the Junior World Champs last year, and they finished a fine 4th in the team sprint, Ben being the starter, so he's a really explosive rider as Ben. Just getting that clip done up on the right hand side. Being wheeled up onto the track by sprint development coach James. Ben in the number 2 position, high on the track. So this will be a really interesting ride, Josh, with both riders within 100th of a second in the qualifying.
Yeah, Ben drawing second, so he's on the wheel. And then we got our Australian from Balmoral. In front, we got William.
Ben getting some height so he can keep him in view and react to any accelerations with a little more ease dropping down the bank.
Yeah.
A tactic that you coming from the road will be employing nicely in those races to give yourself every advantage, eh?
Yeah, you can gain a lot of speed from the bank. Definitely makes it easier to get onto the wheel in a big bunch race.
So both riders coming
late
around.
Sprint.
It is, we're 1 to go, and neither. Oh, Ben just skipping the back wheel there before he accelerated away. He had to think quick then, didn't he?
Yeah.
1 second he thought he was coming down, but he resurrected that really quickly to get straight into his sprint for a fine win. So going through, we've got Angus Withington, Sterling Crackman, Sebastian Topping, Benjamin Woods, Mitchell Stevens, and Benjamin Murphy. So now we're into the under-19 men individual pursuiting, and this is a packed event with 11 heats, and it's a New Zealand versus Australia affair predominantly, with just the one rider, Kirian Mutri from New Kelly. Kirian, who's been over a number of times in the last couple of years to the training camps and the championship events here.
Yeah, we'll definitely see some fast times here. I think a lot of the Kiwis as well as the Australians will be eyeing up Junior Worlds
that they all strive for. So 2 Kiwis in this ride. We've got Sean Threadgill riding for Canterbury in the home straight, and then Daniel Grieve riding for Otago. He's in the back straight and he'll be called by Elise Fraser. And Daniel is the younger brother of last year under 19 track cyclist Josh Grieve, who went to the Junior Worlds. So the genes run strong in that family when it comes to pursuing.
Yeah, Josh is strong on the bike, so it wouldn't surprise me if his brother is as well.
You want to keep your rider in the right side of your view.
Josh got in a nice breakaway on the second day of the Tour of Southland with 4 guys up there, and looked like he had a good old time working in a bit of that Southland wind.
Straight into the action out of the under 19s and into the elites. So Daniel being called by Elise Fraser and Sean being called by Andrew Williams, 2 experienced track coaches. Sean's really gone out hard here as he aims to get Daniel within his sights. And he just got the settle call by his coach Andrew Williams, who may think he's gone out with a little bit too much enthusiasm. But he certainly looks good out there at the moment.
He's gone out really fast.
He's really gone out fast. And I can only imagine that Daniel Grieve rides a nice pursuit, but he's gone out a bit more controlled here. With this ride not being a win and done, both riders will post a time to qualify for the next round, which are the finals. So 1 and 2 going through to gold, silver, and 3 and 4 going through to the bronze final.
There's a big time drop off there for Sean. Went from a 5.6 to 6.1, so that's half a second. 6.6, there's another half a second gone.
You can see it in his style now. He's
rocking and rolling a little bit.
Yeah, rocking and rolling and not accelerating the bike like he was. And we see Daniel riding smoothly and now maintaining that gap.
So 17.3 there.
Yeah, so there's all sorts of tactics and levels of experience that come into riding these events.
Yeah.
Sean's still holding nicely in the 17s. That was an impressive start.
In fact, he was down substantially after the first 3 laps. Very consistent. Not a lot between them now. Only probably 150 metres or 100 metres at the most.
So they're 2/3 of the way through the ride now. Sean's still holding a nice lead.
Daniel's bringing it back though. I think his lap times are up a little bit now. Sean's definitely feeling the burn.
Yeah, Daniel's really riding one of those pursuits where he negative splits the back end, and it takes experience and patience to be able to do that.
Yeah.
And you can see he's accelerating his ride now, and he's shoring up that distance nicely. When you're one of these early riders off, you really want to try and win your ride to give yourself the best chance at making it through to one of those finals. So they cross the line almost equal there, so Daniel Grieve is really coming back into this ride. So he's marginally ahead. Let's see what Sean can bring in this last lap.
Ooh, the lead has swapped. Daniel has taken the lead. And he looks like he's going to finish strong. So yeah, that consistency pace has worked out well for him, and he's able to take it by a couple of seconds.
Yeah, that was a really controlled ride by Daniel Grieve. And hats off to Sean as well, who went out really hard, had a flatter section through the middle, but still held on for a solid time of 3:34. So good ride by both of these riders. So a 3:32 and a 34 to kick things off in the GJ Gardner Homes under 19 men's individual pursuit. Next up we've got Oliver Clark and Nick Smith. So Nick, a local from the TA club in the home straight.
Yep.
And Oliver Clark in the back straight.
Yep. Yeah, I've been to a few of the track sessions that TA runs, ran by Dan Gardner, and Nick's been doing a lot of work for his IP and a bit of bunch stuff as well. So yeah, I'm excited to see how he goes today.
And was Nick riding sprint up until recently, or was he just trying his hand at both?
I'm not
sides?
100% sure. I think he was helping out in a team sprint. I think he might be doing a team sprint this weekend because I saw him and 2 others practicing that.
Right. Because I did some of the TA winter racing last year, and often Nick would be in my bunch, and I thought he lapped incredibly well for a sprinter.
Yeah.
So maybe he's an enduro after all.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, definitely one to watch. He's only a first year, so he's got time to prove himself, but he's riding fast.
So Ollie Clark, who's a well-known under-19 rider in the back straight on the look, and Nick in the front straight on the Argon. Clash of the big brands on the track.
Tommy Sexton calling Nick's times. And Andrew on the back straight calling Oliver's times.
It's excellent to have Tom calling the times of Nick, one of our elite riders giving back to the sport at this sort of grassroots high performance area of under 19 cycling. Both riders really evenly matched here, Josh, as they cross the pursuit line almost identically.
Yeah, it's close.
A nice 6.0 ridden by Nick Smith there. That's a quick lap time.
Started really well. Their coaches, as I mentioned earlier, will have an idea of the time they need to do.
So we'll see what they go through the kilo in. 110 and 111. That's a solid first kilo for an IP for both of these riders.
We saw clearly in the last ride how it's important to manage
Ollie Clark coming through
the whole ride.
slightly ahead in his second year of under 19 pursuiting. Both riders looking really good on the bike on those pursuit positions. Both sort of quite long and low positions, aren't they?
Yeah, yeah, definitely. Yeah, they're both tall boys, so definitely got their bike setups longer, and they will have done some bike fits and tinkering in the workshop to sort those out.
And a lot of testing too. Have you got into any of that with your pursuit position, trying positions and helmets?
Yeah, I did. Did some helmet stuff, and yeah, different position stuff, and worked out what worked best for me.
Yeah, because it's unbelievable, isn't it? What might be good for you might not be, the same for someone else.
Yeah, yeah.
It's a long race, 12 laps.
Yeah, like you said earlier, those gyro arrowhead 2s don't work for everyone, but for the people that they do work for, they are really, really fast.
Yeah, if you can hold that helmet in position, then it's excellent. But if you can't, then it's a reasonably sized helmet to be pushing through.
Yeah.
So Ollie Clark really getting into his work here as they cross 2,300 metres. But Nick is still resisting and riding steady. He's just got the come on, let's lift it call from coach Tom Sexton. Look at that black line riding by Ollie Clark out there, Josh. He's taking the smallest way around the track there.
Yeah, he's holding the line nicely on the straights.
And for not being his home track, he's managing that really well here. So that's the finish for Ollie Clark there, 3:28, and Nick coming in a 3:34. So 2 good rides there.
Yeah.
Ollie's so far the fastest with his 3:28. Conditions out there, I'm not going to say they're fast conditions. I'd say there's a bit of air pressure with it being so fine outside. So we may not see the real blistering fast times that we saw at Northern Cup, but it's the same for everybody.
Yeah, yeah.
Jesse Johnson in the home straight from Canterbury. He's no stranger to the track. I think he's the current New Zealand under-19 scratch race champion. And he rode on the weekend in the Road Nationals as well. And he's up against Kirian Mutri from New Caledonia. Heat 3 in the GJ Gardner Homes Junior Under-19 Men's Individual Pursuit. Nervous moments in the start gate as you're waiting for the other rider to get ready, and you already are. Jesse looking across the track there. What techniques do you engage, Josh, when you're in the starter's gate, just to keep the nerves down while you're waiting for the clock to get underway?
Big deep breaths, slow the breathing down, just brings the heart rate down a little bit, and just try clear your head, I guess, and focus on the timer and think about what you have to do.
Nice. Both riders away cleanly. Jesse a little bit quicker than Kirian out of the gate, with a nice thrust to get himself out of the clutches of the brakes in the gate. Kirian down into the bars a little bit early. Jesse just getting in there now after 1 lap. So he did a long wind up there out of the saddle and on the drops.
Jesse Johnson, good start. Jesse, some control as a Skyline.
Another couple of nice positions on the bike here by these 2 riders. Jesse going out a little bit quicker than Kirian. And as we've seen in some of the other rides, Josh, doesn't always prove to be the successful way if you've sort of gone out riding slightly above what your predetermined schedule might be.
Yeah, definitely. Jesse's riding fast, doing some 16 laps.
Yeah, was that a 5.9 call?
Yeah, 15.9.
I'd say any of the under-19s would take that if they heard that call. So he's really gone out hard there. Still a 6.1.
Yep. Now is where it really kicks in, the halfway point. You've got to keep on top of those pedals and make sure they're really pushing that gear the best of their ability.
What sort of gears would these riders be using in an individual pursuit?
It's a bit preference based towards that 108 in.
Yeah.
And the guys that, obviously have been doing track for a while and enjoy that spin and feel comfortable with that spin might run a 104 or maybe smaller.
Yeah, I think Alex Botha, when he rode the 312 at the Northern Cup, I think he might have only had a 104 on for that ride, so probably one of the smaller gears in the field, but the fastest time, a world-class time.
Yeah, that's something I found doing a lot of pursuit testing and lap times based on what I want to hold, is I actually got a smaller gear on than I thought I'd want, but it works a lot better for me, I think.
And you found you're able to maintain that speed and not have the muscles sort of freeze up in the later half with maintaining that cadence.
Yeah.
1 to go for Jesse Johnson now, as he really digs deep. Gets the final call from Coach Andrew Williams. Half a lap to go for Jesse. Half a lap now for Kirian. Kirian's really coming back into this ride for his time.
It's a strong ride.
Solid time for Jesse, 3:29. And another nice ride from Kirian, 3:32. So far all of the riders, Josh, in between that 3:34 and a 3:28. So pretty solid times for the early heats. This next ride will be a great ride. We've got number 1 from the Junior 19 Under 19 boys road race on the weekend. Benson Boys from Invercargill versing third Cole Faringa riding for Pista Corsa and taking the bronze. So yeah, 2 riders who have hit form at the right time for these Oceania Championships. Cole's a solid performer in the Auckland Secondary Schools racing out of King's College. And Benson out of Invercargill, he really shot onto the scene last year.
Yeah,
didn't
end
he?
of last year in the track scene. Definitely showed what he's made of, and then proved that again this year down at Critnats. He took the win in that, and then able
on
to
the
get,
weekend.
Yeah, and then able to get the win in the Road Nationals as well, which is really big for a first year under 19.
With one of the best victory salutes I've ever seen as he crossed the line. He looked like he was flying.
Yeah. Definitely one to watch. He's got a good sprint, that's for sure. He's a solid boy. He's not too tall, but yeah, he's really strong. He's got a really good sprint on him.
I think he rode the Spoken Cycles Dash for Cash on the Sunday after the road racing as well, and he was way in the breakaway for a reasonable period there. So these 2 riders could do 2 of the fastest times of the qualifying. Cole on the Strom with the POC Tempo helmet. Benson on the BT. Fantastic opening lap there being called by Elise Fraser, a 21.2. Cole is matching him. Cole being coached by Dan Gardner, who will call him down on the back straight. Benson straight into a 5.6, so he's set into his work early at those fast lap times. Looking at that second lap time, 5.6, Benson will probably be looking to ride somewhere around 5.8s, 6.0s for this whole ride.
Yeah, I think a common occurrence with what we've seen so far is these under 19s get a bit eager, just that inexperience, and sometimes come out a bit fast.
Yeah, and then they have to try and temper that, and stay on top of that ride.
Yeah.
So Cole's still holding strong, but Benson definitely gone out hot here, but he's looking comfortable at that speed. Cole now starting to make his way through the ranks. Cole's definitely an endurance rider who will ride solidly in this back end of the ride. Benson now will be in the same straight as Cole, and he'll start getting a little bit of an effect of being in that draft. But Cole now moving into 4th position as he progresses through this ride. 1 and 4, going through the 2,000 metres at 2:11.
Here we go, that's that draft.
Yeah, did you see him accelerate there as he hit that? Making the pass in the turn, a clean pass as he drops down in front. And now Cole will just drop back to that legal requirement to keep the ride still viable.
In the meantime, Cole Fairinger, of course, known as Manukau, he's also on a good time, 4th at the moment.
So Cole now up to third as he does a solid back end to this ride. You can always tell like the condition a rider's in at the back end of a pursuit when you look at their lines. If they're really on a knife edge, they can be all over the track, wavering outside of that lane. But Cole's holding pretty steady. And Benson flies around now to finish in a time of 3:16. And a fast 3:26 for Cole as well. That could be Cole's PB. So 2 good times. First and second so far of the qualifyings. So the fastest 2 riders in this qualifying round, Josh, will go straight through to the gold final, with third and fourth going into the bronze.
Yep.
So qualifying as high up as you can, certainly in these early phases, as the faster riders tend to come later, will give you the best opportunity to make it into one of those finals. These riders putting a lot of pressure on themselves to perform. If you can crack a PB out there, you can't ask for much more than that, can you?
No. Yeah, all of these riders have got their own goals and times they're aiming for, and yeah, definitely any rider would be happy with a personal best.
Another 2 quality pursuiters from New Zealand up onto the track now. We've got Ollie Keast in the home straight, younger brother of Hamish Keast, super strong road and track rider out of Canterbury, and young Max Allen from Auckland Grammar riding for counties in this event. And I think that might be my helmet he's got on his head. So Ollie on the Argon and Max on the Look. Both riders cleanly away. Max being called by Edward. And Ollie by Andrew Williams. Andrew's definitely got a big schedule here, calling in almost every ride. Sometimes against his other half Elise, so they're definitely going out there, putting everything back into the sport. Evenly matched by these 2. Max just taking a little look up to see the lap board. Through equally as well, really close, 2 and 4. Goes to show you how tight it is at the top.
Yeah, it's good that they've matched up 2 evenly paced riders together.
Yeah, it makes it exciting, doesn't it?
Yeah.
And super fair for both riders, staying out of each other's way.
That draft boost and stuff like that. They catch up and have to make that pass, then can maybe get them out of their rhythm or something if they have to come around on a corner.
Yep. Yeah, both of these riders looking excellent as they cross again, almost evenly matched.
They're holding their positions nicely.
The positions are excellent on both of them, aren't they? You can tell there's been some time spent cutting out laps on their home tracks and whenever they can get to one of our 2 board tracks. Both riders from a city with an outdoor velodrome, so they'll certainly relish any opportunity they get to ride indoors. Ollie just going out slightly to a small lead here. Both holding position and both riding fast. Second and third for these 2 riders, so they're really pitting themselves at the top end of these qualifications so far. Ollie being called on a high 6 and Max on a low 7, so they're pretty close to each other. These two no stranger to each other, having faced off a number of times in bunch races last year on the track, setting up some epic battles.
Yeah, yeah.
So 2 laps to go for these riders still sitting in second and third.
Oliver Key's still holding that nice position the whole time. And he's, riding, I think, within his limit.
He's very smooth like his brother too, right? Hamish is a very smooth big gear rider, and it looks like Ollie's pretty similar. Both riders coming round to finish. Still holding 2 and 3. A 3:19 for Oliver.
3:22 for Max.
Solid rides by both of these guys.
Yeah.
That's definitely a PB for Max, lopping off a number of seconds from Northern Cup to Oceanias. So well done on those two.
A couple of good times from the lads. We move on now to heat 6, Riley Crampton.
The difference of tapering versus not tapering for a sort of training championship event coming into the main one. Yeah, what a couple of rides. So far our 3 fastest rides are Benson Boys in 1 with a 3:16, Ollie Keast with a 3:19 in second, and Max Allen with a 3:22 in third. I'd say both of those guys will be happy with those rides.
Yeah, strong rides. Anywhere close to that 3:20 mark is a good time for the 3K.
And I guess it's still a bit of a fact-finding mission with you with pursuing, because in your under-19 years you were squarely focused on road, going to the Junior Worlds on the road in Switzerland in 2024.
Yeah.
How was that experience?
Yeah, it was really cool. The New Zealand team had everything pretty sorted out at the hotel. We had mechanics and Swannies, all from World Tour teams who knew what they were doing, so it was really nice to have all that support.
Excellent. So you were treated like a star, so you could just ply your trade out there and concentrate on the racing.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, that's great. And then 2025, that saw you compete in Netherlands as a first year under 23?
Yeah, first year. So hit it off for 5 months, based myself in Netherlands with a team, and raced in 5 different countries in Europe, and it was a really cool experience. Definitely an eye-opener from the quality difference between under 19 and under 23. But
it's a big step up, isn't it?
Yeah, definitely.
And you can see the advantage that the Euros have, where they're exposed to that level of racing sort of every weekend.
Yeah,
and
exactly.
Us Kiwis, we really have to, step up and step up quick.
Yeah.
So a couple of fast riders here in Heat 6 of the GJ Gardner Homes Junior Under-19 Men's Individual Pursuit Qualifying. We've got Riley Crampton riding out of Canterbury and Oliver Ward out of Sassy in Australia. And Oliver's gone out really quick here getting into his work. He's super smooth, steady, and the same's got to be said for Riley, who just came through in a 5.6.
Yeah, Oliver Ward looking smooth though, like doesn't look like there's much fatigue on him at the moment, and he started quite quick.
Yeah, he's got a strong core on him, I think. Look, he's not even wavering as he's turning that gear, and he's coming through in position 1. Riley's really having one of those rides where he's coming from behind. He's made his way up from 8th, and he's now moved through 7th into 6th, and he's now into 4th. So he's a strong back-end rider, as young Crampton from Canterbury. Ollie Ward holding that position 1 really well, and he'll now start to pick up a little bit of a draft as they enter the same straight together, and look for a small acceleration as that gap will shore up really quickly now.
You can see here
couple of good rides here. I mean, Riley Crampton, he's getting caught, but he just passed through in a 15.8. So these are a couple of quality pursuits we're seeing here. Almost like a little team pursuit there, but what more can you do?
Yeah, it's going to be hard now. This is the annoying bit because he can't get stuck.
Yeah, Riley's riding a strong back end here and he doesn't want to be passed. And it's a it's a difficult call to make. Ollie Ward still in position 1, unable to make the pass, posting a 3:09. That's a world-class time.
Yeah, definitely one to watch.
And Riley Crampton threw in a 3:17 as well. That'll be a PB for Riley with his first year in the under-19s. That's an excellent time.
Definitely, yeah, world stage time. I think junior worlds now, the riders are hitting 3:08s. Would probably be the fastest. Maybe a 3:07 is something I've seen. So yeah,
Yeah, that was an amazing ride to watch by Oliver Ward. Incredible ride, and didn't he look smooth as well?
Yeah. That position he was holding didn't budge, wasn't rocking, wasn't rolling, just nice, smooth, focusing on the pedaling, keeping that core tight, keeping his head in the same position, and
Australia's had a number of world champions over the year in the pursuit, haven't they? It's a strong discipline for those guys.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah, they've definitely got the craft. There's a lot of experience in that pursuit era now for the Australian cyclists, so there's a lot of advice for those younger guys coming in.
So 2 good rides. A 3:09 taking the number 1 position for Ollie Ward, and a 3:17 for Riley Crampton, so far the 3rd best time, just a fraction over Benson Boyce. So in the home straight now we've got local rider Jamie Henderson, who rides out of the CMC club in Auckland. Jamie's a strong rider who's come through the under-15s and 17 ranks.
Yeah.
And has continued to develop nicely in the under-19s against William Brown from Australia riding out of Sassy. So young Jamie Henderson being coached by Mike Davis, affectionately known as Fish. Fish has coached a number of strong pursuiters. He really gets the most out of the young endurance riders in the Waikato and Auckland area. And a 21-2 start by Jamie Henderson. It's a solid start. Will Brown matching him every pedal stroke of the way.
Another one of those riders that looks ridiculously still, but they both do.
They do, don't they? They actually, with the size on them and the position they're riding and how still they are, they almost look like under 23s, don't they?
Yeah, definitely. You can tell they've both been on the pursuit bars a lot and done a bit of practice.
5-5 by Jamie Henderson as called by Fish. Fish is happy with that, he's smiling. Great to see him smile. So coming through the first K, evenly matched as well in 2 and 3, through in 1:08s. So
still under 16 seconds. He's holding that pace nicely, Jamie.
Fish pacing up and down, just stretching his legs out as he gets ready for this next call on Jamie. Still a solid 15-second lap. So we've just got Will Brown going out to a little bit of a lead now as he's sort of accelerating into the second K.
Yeah, he's really stomped on the pedals now. He's accelerated a lot.
Yeah, he's holding steady in that second position. He looks like he's lifted his lap times from that first kilometre.
Yeah, I think Jamie's just started to drop off now.
Jamie coming through in 4th position. Still knocking out a solid 16.2. A couple of quality rides.
enthusiastic he will be to catch his opponent. Getting close to them and getting past them, we saw in the last heat. Not always the easiest, given that the other opposition are still trying to ride hard for their last 2 or 3 laps. They do naturally pick up the speed. It does put a chasing rider sometimes at a disadvantage.
Here we go, getting into that draft. Will Brown got 1.5 laps left. He's going to make the pass on Jamie here.
Look at the pace Will Brown's coming.
Will Brown.
Couple of tips there from Damo telling us to get these mics closer in. Josh and I have a couple of novices on the mics, learning from the professional himself.
Jamie coming through, finishing his work.
So another quality ride for Jamie Henderson as well, 3:22, and a world-class ride there by William Brown for 3:11.
Yeah, solid ride.
It's amazing the standard these under-19s are riding at here. I mean, for a first-year under-19, riding a time around those very early 3:20s that's a benchmark. So hats off to these guys.
Yeah.
And, you know, big kudos to these guys who are coming close to that 3:10. That's world class.
Yeah. Yeah, there's a lot of these CMC riders coming through into the under-19 ranks that are all good mates with each other. And I'm sure we'll have a bit of a sweepstake, bit of a banter on who's going to beat who in these pursuit times. But, yeah, it's good to see them all coming through. And I'm sure if they have a team pursuit team, they'll be very strong as well.
Yeah, they certainly push each other, don't they? All training and racing together. And they're often facing off in the secondary schools competition that they have up in Auckland as well, in the bunch racing. And teams time trialling on the weekend mornings. So next up now, we've got another couple out of CMC. We've got Remy Dalton in the home straight and Big Jack Allen in the back. Remy's been at this for a few seasons now, taking after his older brother Hunter. And Jack, who started out on the road but embraced track cycling just a season or so ago. So he's made some strong improvements. So Remy will be called in the home straight by his coach Dan Gardner. And Jack Allen coached by Mike Davis again in the back straight. So Remy from a strong New Zealand cycling family with his brother riding for New Zealand at the Junior Worlds last year. His dad being a racer in his early 20s. And his granddad, Warwick Dalton, being one of the best in the world as a pursuiter, taking 4th place in the World Championships.
Remy starting really fast here. I think it was a 20 lap or low 21s.
Yeah, Remy looking really aero on the bike. He's got that Giro Aerohead 2 on. He's able to keep that close to his hands. Jack actually starting to settle nicely into his work now, shoring that gap up a little bit.
Yeah.
So these two riders in 3rd and 6th so far, so they'll be looking to lay down some solid times.
Sitting in 6th, Jack Allen, of course, I think he got silver last year from the under-19.
Remy through in 3rd, Jack in 6th.
However, a different kettle of fish here at the GJ Gardner Oceania Track Cycling Championships.
Both riders looking pretty comfortable out there, holding nice lines and both on top of their selected gears.
Where the national record is held by Fisher Black from 3:08. The world record, of course, held by
Both riders using some of the fastest clothing out there. I think they're both in Castelli speed suits. Remy on the Argon and Jack on a hand sling, I think. Jack getting some encouragement from the middle of the track.
Yeah, we just heard the New Zealand record's Finn Fisher-Black's 3:08, and the world record for juniors is actually 3:03, which is crazy quick.
Phenomenal. Was that from one of the British riders? Was
I
that
think,
Henry?
yeah.
Henry Hobbs?
Yeah. I know they had a big battle for it this year, as well as, 2025, but as well as 2024.
So look at this now. Jack has really made up that difference, and these riders crossing almost identically as they hit 2 laps to go.
Yeah, Jack just taking the lead now.
Jack's riding solidly into this latter stages of this individual pursuit. Remy's still on top of his game, but maybe paying the price for going out a little hotter.
Yeah.
2 good rides. Jack coming round now to get the finish.
It's a nice ride.
Yeah, that is a nice ride. 3:18 for his first Oceanas and a 3:21 for Remy. Two good rides. Remy not quite as quick as what he posted at the Northern Cup, and Jack quicker than he posted at the Northern Cup. It's amazing how it can, how form can just ebb and flow just in the space of a few weeks. But both riders laying down strong times there to be in the lead few.
Yeah, some really quick times here. Anything sub 3:20 is, I would say, considered pretty
It's a solid
fast.
result, yeah. Sort of averaging mid 50 kilometres an hour, aren't they?
Yeah.
When they're circulating at that pace.
Yeah.
Especially when you take that start lap into consideration.
Got 2 Australians up next. One rider from Queensland. We've got Samuel Hidditch and Jack Sloan. Looks like Jack's on the back straight.
Jack riding for Sassy, and Samuel riding for Queensland. These riders will no doubt know each other, have probably competed against each other before, but maybe the first time in New Zealand. Both away cleanly, and Samuel really throwing himself out of the gate nicely there for his wind-up. Coming through just ahead, but pretty even.
Both into the bars now, into their work. I think I just heard Samuel have a 21.6 start lap.
Another fast start.
Yeah.
The start can take so much out of you too, can't it?
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, that's something I've been working on. Not going too fast or not going too slow, but having that middle ground start lap really sets you in for a good IP, I think.
Yeah, go out too hard, and even just by a fraction of a second, and it can really come back to bite, can't it?
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, it's a lot better to consistently build that speed rather than really exerting yourself at the start, and then that'll really catch up to you. That lactic in your legs will build up a lot faster because you've done that really hard work at the start.
So another couple of good rides here. These guys going through in 3rd and 4th, so they're at the pointy end of the field. And a 5.3 there from Samuel. That's a solid lap time as he builds into this ride.
Two riders will ride for gold and silver. The 3 and 4th will ride for bronze. This evening, get a bit of a rest. So at the moment, they're racing the clock, to be fair. They want that fast time.
So they're equally matched, these two. It's a super fair ride, and neither one getting the better of the other. Third and fourth again, 1 kilometre to go, and they've just gone through in 2:09, so we're going to see a couple of good times. Both of them riding a tidy line around the track. Almost riding teepee lines a little bit as they head out to the red in the straights, dropping down to the black in the bends.
Yeah, getting that smooth line through the corner.
So we've got Samuel just building into this line in the final throws of this event, taking a narrow lead.
About to be on their last lap. The boys are going nicely. Both sub 3 into their last lap.
Yeah, these are going to be exceptional times, Josh. Neither one looking like they're succumbing to the event, are they? They're pushing through fast. And look at that, a 3:11 and a 3:12. That's phenomenal.
Those are really quick times. Samuel seeds himself second so far, and Jack puts himself into fourth. Fast times from those two boys.
So still the fastest is Ollie Ward with a 3:09, and yeah, closely followed by that 3:11 by Samuel Hiddich. Second to last event coming up now in the GJ Gardner Holmes Junior Under-19 Men's Individual Pursuit Qualifying, and it's an all-Australian affair again with Lachlan Walters in the home straight and Alec Guglielmucci from Australia as well, from Sassy, and another Queensland rider in the home straight. So some strong riders coming out of those two programs.
Yeah, the Sassy guys having a lot of strong riders. But yeah, as we saw, the QAS boys have also got a lot of strong riders. So
yeah, certainly.
Team Pursuit could be cool to see as well between these two teams.
Yep, I was going to say having so many fast ones from each of those territories, yeah, is going to make for some strong TPs being thrown down later in the program.
Are the junior TPs 3K as well, or are they 4?
No, they're 4.
They're 4.
Yeah.
Right.
So the same distance as the elites.
Yep.
Four can feel like such a long way sometimes. So the clock is on for these two riders. Five seconds, they get ready. Another 2 clean starts as these riders push down to get on top of these huge gears that they're riding. Gearing and Pursuiting really took a monumental step forward sort of 10 years ago or so, and has just continued to get bigger and bigger as these riders explore new limits of speed and what's possible. Look at the position on Alec Guglielmucci there. His head is almost resting on his hands.
Yeah, these Sassy guys have really got their positions dialed.
Yeah, he's a real student of the craft there. That's got to be admired, being able to hold your head down that low. Lachlan as well, looking tidy. Coming through equal again too. Wow, look at that. We're seeing these two riders, there's nothing between them, and they've just rolled through in first and third.
Running a 4.9 on that first that lap right there.
That's phenomenal as they just go over the 1K mark. So
5.4, he's dropped his pace a little bit.
Really equal ride. So yeah, well done to the event organisers pairing these two together.
Yeah.
5.7 from Queensland there. Coming through equal again. Goes to show you how tight it is between all these riders when these two are crossing through in 5th and 6th, and there's barely nothing between them.
Yeah, these Aussies have brought their A game over here, which is really cool to see. Still running sub-16s. Hasn't cracked yet.
Head on the hands from Alec. Lachlan on the Dolan setup, and Alec on the Argon, another two popular track brands. Karima discs for Alec, and a set of Campies for Lachlan.
These boys are both putting down a really heater of a time.
They are, aren't they? Lachlan
1 lap left.
Coming around for the bell.
They're going to punch it on the last lap.
Alex into his work on his last lap. He's slightly up here. He's bringing it home nicely. That's a nice time, 3:15. 3:15 for 5th. This is a strong, strong field here, Josh.
Yeah, yeah. These boys are riding well. Give us Kiwis a run for our money.
Yeah, and in this final ride, we've got Lachlan Stewart in the home straight, and we've got Alex Botha in the back straight. Alec riding out of CMC in Auckland, and Lachlan out of Australia. These are going to be a couple of good rides.
Yeah.
For both riders to be in this last heat. Alec in the back straight, and knowing that he's ridden a 3:12, I can only imagine what Lachlan Stewart's ridden before. It's going to be a very interesting ride, this one.
Yeah.
Young Alex both are onto the bike already. Been given his final orders from Coach Dan Gardner.
Yeah, yep. Yeah, I know they work quite closely. Alex has really shot through the ranks last year and shown his strength in the Road Nationals time trial just last week.
Yeah, where he took the win.
Yeah, yeah. Comfortably, I think, 40 seconds.
40 seconds over Andre Free,
Yep.
who would have been one of the pre-race favourites as well. Lachlan just adjusting his foot. So Alex just riding the individual pursuit and the team's pursuit here at the GJ Gardner Oceania Track Cycling Champs. Alex shooting out of the starter gate on his double Karimas.
Alex Botha looks to be on quite a smaller gear, I think.
Yeah, Alex does like a small gear. He's got an incredible cadence he can ride at. And yeah, look at that. Lachlan coming through in first, Alex in third. Alex looking really comfortable on that smaller gear, spinning it over. And Lachlan on a slightly bigger gear, powering it down the back straight there.
Yeah, Alex is going to be really strong in that last portion, I think. With that road background, he's going to be able to really step on the pedals through the back end. So Lachlan having that early lead might not mean much towards the end, as we've seen before. A lot of these riders are able to really bring it back from those ones that go out too fast at the start.
Yeah, that's very true. Both of these riders are going to lay down world-class times here.
Yeah,
so
I think Alex will definitely be aiming to get close to 3:10. As you know, yeah, he's done a 3:12 before, so yeah, he's on pretty good form.
He's on good condition, and just about to head away to the US and then Europe, racing for the Hot Tubes Development Cycling Team. So Alex just bringing it back a little bit there. There's nothing between these two guys. Lachlan looking really smooth out there, not wavering in his position.
Alex both are bringing it back here.
It's almost dead equal now, isn't it?
Yeah.
Like you predicted, Alex will enjoy that smaller gear in the back end of the race.
Yeah, definitely. There we go. Alex moving himself into the lead. 5th fastest time at the moment on par.
It's incredible, isn't it? 5th and 6th in these two guys, and we're going to see incredible times.
2.5 laps left for these boys.
The standard is high at the GJ Gardner Oceania Track Cycling Championships.
Alex still sitting 5th. Lachlan in 6th.
These two will really be wanting to try and squeak into that top 4 so they get a medal ride here.
1 lap to go for these boys.
Still 5th and 6th.
Coming around, still in 5th. Come around now, stop the clock. Stop the clock.
3:13 and a 3:14. Nice rides from these boys.
Yeah, 2 amazing rides, 3:13 and 3:14. Alex just getting the better. So that was fascinating. There were a lot of strong times out there. Our fastest, Oliver Warden, 3:09, the only rider to break the 3:10 barrier.
Next up we have the junior women's sprint quarterfinals. We're starting off with Lily Cameron from Te Amudu Sports Cycling and Alana Lake from Blackburn Cycling Club.
In the meantime, we move from endurance to sprint. We have Lily Cameron.
So these are straight ones, not best of 3. So whoever wins.
Lily, we saw, she was the fastest qualifier.
Actually, don't quote me on that. I think I just heard something else. So Lily Cameron on the front from Tehia. And Alana Lake, second wheel in the red kit. Lily Cameron doing a good job holding her up here. Just keeping the pace manageable. Alana Lake holding it high. Lily Cameron stuck on the bottom here. Lily keeping her eye on Alana. Alana diving here, going back up. Alana's got quite a bit of speed here. She's quite high. Probably looking to drop in here. It's 1 lap left. Lily Cameron stomping on the pedals here. Hold that sprinter's line. Not letting Alana come around her. She's doing a good job holding that lead. Alana Cameron unable to come round on that straight, and so she'll be unable to come around on that corner. And Lily Cameron takes the win. Next up we have Paige Squire from Norwood Cycling Club, and Milan Bradshaw from the University of Queensland Cycling Club. Off they roll here. Paige on the front here, just holding her nicely behind the wheel, keeping an eye on her, got her head back the whole time. Accelerating here, Paige. Still got the front. Milan getting out of the saddle here, trying to come round. She able to get on that shoulder? No. Looks like Paige from Norwood Cycling Club is going to take that one. She had a good kick on her. Able to hold Milan off the front. Next up we got April Cat from Southern Australia Sports Institute and Madeline Pitt from X-Speed Australia. Madeline Pitt drawing first wheel and April Cat second wheel.
Just a reminder, if you're interested in winning competitions, and everyone is, you can come down to the Sports Integrity little booth here in the middle. If you can answer a question correctly, they'll give you a prize, which is fantastic. You can also, while you're on the concourse, shoot up and have a look at the Forza.
Madeline's going to keep her head over her shoulder here, watching April.
Which is down here in the velodrome. Don't forget the live stream. Cost you nothing.
It's rolling up the track here. Madeline keeping a gap on April.
And please, if you are doing that, if you're home this evening, you're not coming, or during the week, go on to that velo.
Faster speed for a first lap. Up on the track now.
But it is free, so Damien, thank you very much. Acre Farm, and also you would have seen
Madeline moving herself up. April following.
entrance today, that beautiful looking Skoda.
Madeline's doing a nice job here. April goes. She's sprinting now. Madeline drops. It's going to hold her up.
I didn't know how to start it. It's an e-vehicle.
April's able to get over the top
Whether it was going or not.
and into the sprinters lane. Madeline's into her work, trying to get back in that draft.
Come around here. Now remember, this is the best of three.
Not able to, so April's going to take that first one.
This 274.
So the best of three now in this round, Josh, in the quarters.
Yeah. Yeah, best of three. So Lily Cameron took the first one over Alana. Paige Squire took the second one over Milan, and April Cat took the third one over Madeline Pitt.
And next up we've got Minnie Collins from the West Coast and Emily Watch from Capital Territory in Australia.
Ride one. Best of three. The first ride will Cooper Nelson riding Kenny Murphy. We'll have Luca Fry riding Mitchell Stevens. Angus Whittington in Heat 3 riding Benjamin Wood. And in Heat 4, Sterling Crackman riding Sebastian Toppen.
Mike Simpson wheeling Minnie Collins up there. Mike's been around cycling for a long time with his daughter Georgia representing New Zealand at 2 Junior Worlds campaigns.
Australia Capital Territory. And Minnie White, Leonard 2.
So both winners in the 8 finals into the quarters. And Minnie Collins leading this one away. Keeping watch over her shoulder, seeing exactly where Emily Watch is. Having to maintain that walking pace down the back straight, but it's only just. Highly tactical ride in this best of 3 quarterfinal round. Commissaire Brendan Patterson watching very keenly.
Go either to Wanganui or up here to ride on a velodrome. The Wanganui one, of course, is weather dependent. Beautiful track.
As they come around to get 2 to go.
Unfortunately, outdoor.
Now we see Emily Watch getting some height on the track as the pace starts to build. And a changing of position as Emily rides Minnie high on the track.
She does, however, Minnie, come up here to Cambridge to different carnivals that are on.
Minnie now taking the lead back. She's wanting to get out over the top so she doesn't get held high. Emily riding her up.
It's dropping now, getting into the draft. She's going to try accelerate over on this back straight.
Yeah, that was a nice catch of speed, wasn't it, by Minnie there. As Emily accelerated away, she matched her. Emily proving just too strong there in the home straight. But a nice comeback from Minnie. We're going to see another couple of good rides by these two.
Emily taking number 1.
Well, you wouldn't see actually. They draw for their positions in these sprints. They do that down here by the ramp. And given it's a best of 3, what happens in the second ride? They just change. So if you drew 1 in the first, you get 2 in the second.
So the time taken on the final 200 of these rides, not of any real importance. It's all based on who crosses the line first.
Teammate Ben Murphy, also from the Te Awamutu Cycling Club. This will be their first ride of possibly 3. As I mentioned, Ben.
So we're on to event 8 now. So the same thing again, but in the junior men's. First up, we've got Cooper Nelson riding for TA Sports against clubmate Ben Murphy.
This will be a good battle. Cooper, I think, qualifying one of the fastest.
Ben into his second year as an under-19.
Yeah, Cooper with the fastest quality time of 10.43. And Ben Murphy did a 10.87.
Ben being wheeled up by James Verco, the development sprint coach. And Cooper being wheeled up by Skip Smith.
Yeah, Ben's got that big acceleration from being a team sprint starter. But Cooper Nielsen getting a really fast time in the qualifying on that new Altius frame by Velobike.
Yeah, 2 New Zealand track frame brands there. Altius out of the Waikato and Avanti when it was in its heyday based out of Auckland. So Ben would be one of the riders still on that technology, and Cooper on the latest technology out of Altius. We saw a number of riders testing that new platform at the recent C2.
Yep. Yeah. A few of the New Zealand guys on that frame, and even the French rider I was talking about was also on the Altius frame.
Yes, he was, wasn't he? Oscar Nilsson Julien.
That's right. Doing a bit of a track stand there.
And also one of the fastest Masters riders in the world, Wayne Mason.
Yeah.
Working for Velobike and now adopting the LTS platform. Wayne, a triple medalist at the Masters World Cycling Championships in Roubaix last year. So Ben weaving down the track there. These two keeping close tabs on each other. They would have ridden against each other a number of times, being from the same club. I'd say they'd probably even do the identical training sessions down here.
Yep.
They'll know every inch of each other's game here.
Big acceleration here from the boys.
Ben trying to come around the outside.
He's up on the shoulder. He's out of the saddle again, going for another acceleration. Trying to get over Cooper, but no.
Cooper's just proving him too strong here over that quite a long sprint, wasn't it?
Yep. Cooper's riding amazingly well. That was a nice sprint.
Is. Certainly the best part of Ben's sprint is his acceleration. So if the sprint is left late and Ben accelerates like he does, you can be in trouble. But Cooper, as we saw, had that quite long sprint, didn't he?
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, well done to both of them. That was a pretty close fought affair and a 10-8 taken by Cooper Nilsson.
Yeah, 66 km/h for that last lap. It's fast.
That is fast. Now we have the two Australian riders coming up onto the track. Luca Piet and Mitchell Stevens. Luca out of the SASI, South Australian Sports Institute, and Mitchell riding for Adelaide Hills Cycling Club. Both winners in the 8 finals and into the quarters. So both riders out of South Australia, different clubs. Luca on the Argon and Mitchell on the BT. Mitchell running that SRM power meter positioned behind his saddle. A couple of sizable riders. Keeping close tabs on each other. Coming back up the track for a little bit of height, a bit better acceleration. Mitchell getting some real height here as he's getting ready to accelerate down. And here he comes, he's coming fast. The SASI rider, Luca Piet, holding his position on the front. Pretty evenly matched, but yeah, nice win by Luca.
Luca was the second fastest qualifier in the qualification round. As I mentioned,
Now out onto the track, another two from Australia. We've got Angus Withington from the Capital Territory and Ben Woods from the Blackburn Cycling Club in the red.
Welsh, she's in Australia now. She's being held by Peter Tomlinson, also UCI International Track Commissaire. Both of them are
Both riders clipping in now and putting those track straps over the top.
so they're watching for any
For their first ride of 3.
the regulations vary depending on situation here in the sprints.
Angus being wheeled into position in that P1.
The commissaires in regards to that.
And up comes Ben.
Those lines a little bit like the lines when you're going up to a giveaway sign. You're in the sprinting situation where it's committed, you're in that inside lane, you do have a lot of rights plus responsibility.
Both with those mirrored visors on, giving each other the mandatory stare down.
Some extra rights when you're in that lane. If you drift out of it,
Ben happy to take the second position here. Or is he? Getting some height on the track. But Angus taking him up high as well to hold him up there. Nice move by Ben coming under there. Now he's able to hold Angus high on the track. These two look like they've competed against each other a number of times.
Is that a Dolan on the front?
Yeah, correct. Ben's on the Dolan with the wider set fork.
it is Angus Withington. He was the faster qualifier than Ben.
Angus really giving it here around turn 3-4 for a comfortable win.
Both on Dolans.
Both on Dolan platforms. Now we've got a New Zealand versus Australian affair with Sterling Crackman out of Te Aomuru, and he was the fastest qualifier in this morning's qualifying round against Sebastian Topping from the QAS. Sebastian will be wheeled up by Finn Cullinane and Dan Gardner, roadie extraordinaire, wheeling up Sterling.
Push to repeat, I've said it many times, they were racing the clock back then, and now it's tactics. Position, they'll probably change it here, they don't have double discs, and they do have someone else that they have to race with two wheels.
Sebastian with the Karima 4-spoke on the front, and Sterling choosing a spoke wheel. Sebastian on the Argon and Sterling on the Look.
Some of these riders are comfortable enough to be able to keep their head back the whole time and not be back forward. Comfortable on the track, done it hundreds of times and confident.
Just looking where that rider is the whole time.
Yeah, eyes on them.
As they come to a standstill. Sterling not wanting to come through. Sebastian trying his best to force him through. Sterling's building some height here. But Sebastian,
it's a gap.
He knows exactly what he's doing. He may be low, but he's got speed.
Here we go. Sterling on a run here, coming into the wheel.
Right hard on that wheel now, getting the maximum draft as he comes round.
Gets flicked up.
He did get a little flick there. He's on the wheel.
Ooh.
So we'll see what happens there. There may be an overruling.
Yeah, he flicked out of the sprinters lane, eh?
He did a couple of times, and I think the final one was when Sterling was making his run.
Yeah.
None of it intentional. Just when these riders are on the knife edge of speed and control, these things happen. So we await to see what the judges rule here. Still no winner put up. Duncan Turnbull and Brendan Patterson conferring, and the win given to Sebastian Topping. So that being deemed that it didn't affect the result of the race. So our riders going one up, Cooper Nelson, Luca Piat, Angus Withington and Sebastian Topping. So now we roll into some teams pursuits. And the elite women. First up, we've got a New Zealand composite with Mackenzie Milne, Tegan Faringa, Elena Worrell, Meg Baker, and sprinter turn endurance rider Sophie de Vries.
A warning issued for the rider in that last heat, and that was a warning to Sebastian.
So a warning did go to Sebastian. So Sebastian in the next rides, he'll just have to make sure that he stays in the lane because he doesn't want to get another one of those.
A warning goes next to Sebastian Topping.
So one team on the track for this qualifying, so the teams get the best opportunity to lay down a clean ride and not have to go through the process of passing another team, which in a team's pursuit can really affect the ride. So we've got Meg Baker in the gate, riding in the Canterbury colours, Mickey Milne in 2,
Tegan third,
Tegan in 3, and Elena Worrell in 4. Elena's got the Giro Aerohead 2 on. So Elena and Tegan both riding on the road for the Whoosh team, the New Zealand Cycling Project. Mackenzie having a great return to track cycling, but a false start there. One of the riders would have broken before the rider in the gate. So they will roll round and go for a restart.
The girls will roll around, they'll line up again. We have 4 heats in this qualification, just racing against the clock. So Megan, Tegan, Elena.
So who's who of cycling down in the on the pursuit lane with Alistair Worrell from Worrells, his daughter riding. We've got Elise Fraser, the National Development Coach. Dean Peterkin, an Olympian from Barcelona.
Yep. Yeah, it was
and Johnny
at Dean's house the other night, chopping some stuff off the bars to make it shorter and lighter.
Yeah, that's Dean's wheelhouse, isn't it?
Yep.
Doing mechanical fittings.
Yeah.
And then Johnny Rastrick as well, a Commonwealth Games representative from Victoria in Canada. So there's a lot of experience around New Zealand cycling in the sidelines helping. Elena off the bike now, walking up to her position in 4. Bike being carried up by Johnny Rastrick. This is a quality team. Each of these riders having done great things in endurance cycling. We've got Mickey Milne, who's a double junior world silver medalist. We've got Meg Baker, who's a an under-19 national champion in the pursuit. Elena Worrell, who represented New Zealand on the road as an under-19. And Tegan, who's been like a winner on the scene in national secondary schools, and now has firmly committed herself to endurance track cycling. So it's going to be exciting to see what time this team can put out.
Yeah, definitely a bunch of the developing New Zealand girls here.
Now just hoping for a clean start so this ride can get underway. So the clock's on. 10 seconds.
Nicely away.
A better start. I didn't want to jinx it by talking too soon.
Neither.
So Meg's really getting into her work here. Mickey stomping on the pedals. Tegan with a couple of lengths to make up there. And Elena squarely on her wheels. The team gets together as they come down the home straight. Nice work, and everyone onto the bars. We'll see what Meg does on the front. So she does a solid 1 3/4 for the start, handing over to Mickey. This could be quite a long turn, Mickey being a strong rider. Mickey really getting into the work. She's setting the pace now for the team as they get into this ride. She's coming around to finish a double lap turn as rider number 2. So she goes through the 2 lap. And she comes round to knock off a 3.
Still holding the lead here. Swings up now.
A 3-lap turn, that's impressive. And she hands over to Tegan Fringa. So they're circulating pretty quick, locking in those 16-second laps.
Time schedule. See when they go past her, she'll give them a call.
Tegan nice and early, nice and aero on the front. And she locks in a 1.5 and swings to come back down. Elena on the front now.
The job on the front doesn't finish with the swing off. You also got to make sure you're focused and getting back onto that wheel, because if you miss the wheel coming in, it can be a hard effort diving back down and accelerating on.
It can be one of the scariest things, right? Missing the back. And I think Tegan had to try particularly hard to get back on, and she's just paying a little bit of a price for it now. She's closed it up, but it looked hard down that back straight.
So Meg's going to pull out now.
So Meg's gone. She did the start, which is not uncommon after the second turn of the starter. So they got down to 3 riders. A 6.8. So a solid lap, and I wonder what we'll see here from Mackenzie Milne. Perhaps another 3, Josh.
Oh,
No, 2.
Tegan back on the front.
They're really into the hard end of this bike race now, and they've been circulating in nice times. Tegan not going up as high that time. Now they're only down to 3 riders. She just needs to make up that gap. She should let out a little bit of an ease call here, because the time will be taken on her wheel.
That's really the danger zone.
If Elena can fill this gap, it'll go some ways to help.
Yeah, Tegan's going to be knackered after that effort.
Yeah, that looked particularly difficult. I felt that sitting here.
Yep.
But they're back together now, which is good.
3 laps to go.
Mackenzie, having that strength and experience in her, will keep it together and ride a consistent pace.
push these last 2 laps.
Elena on the front. Elena and Tegan are progressing well here. They're only into the start of their second year out of under-19s. As they stay together and fan out. Time taken on the third rider of 4:44. So an average of 50.7 kilometres an hour.
Yeah, it's pretty solid.
Now to the second New Zealand team, New Zealand Composite Red, Lucy Reed, Amelia Sykes, Maya Wolfenden and Sophie Maxwell.
A couple of technical aspects in there that really made it more difficult, you know, didn't it, with riders missing the back a couple of times and then paying that price as the intensity sort of ramped up in the legs.
Yeah. Next up, we got New Zealand Comp Red, Lucy Reeve, Amelia Sykes, Maya Wolfenden. I've definitely butchered that, sorry Maya.
Wolfenden.
And Sophie Maxwell.
So Sophie riding at the Junior World Champs last year. Amelia Sykes, she represented New Zealand in Israel in, was that 2022? And Lucy Reeve, who won an amazing scratch race at the C2 at the end of last year against the internationals. So yeah, she's really come up. And Maya Wolfenden is probably one of the nuggetiest endurance races you could come across. So this will be a good ride. Lucy in 3, Maya in 1.
Yep.
Sophie in 4, and Amelia in the TA suit on wheel 2.
Yeah. Canterbury heavy team.
It is. Even Amelia in the TA suit hails from Canterbury.
Yeah, exactly.
So Amelia with the most experience in her legs, being that couple of years older, but a pretty young team.
Yeah, definitely. But riders to watch out for, yeah, definitely.
Yeah, they're all at the pointy end of New Zealand cycling stocks when it comes to female endurance races, isn't it?
Yeah.
So they've gone under the time of New Zealand Comp Purple. Super clean change by Amelia there.
Yeah, that's that experience again.
Yeah. And you see how easy she made it on herself when she just drifted down onto that wheel. You could see her almost coming off the pedals instead of having to press harder. Yeah, they're riding tightly as Lucy Reeves brings them down the back straight into the turn 3-4. 6-3. Just came down a little bit early, but I guess it's better to be early than late.
Yeah, it wasn't that steep of a change. She didn't go that high.
No, she could have used a bit more real estate up there. But these riders wouldn't be riding together that often, would they?
No.
They sort of get thrown together in these teams at these events, so it's a little fact-finding mission, especially in this qualifying. So we're back onto Maya on the front now. She was our starter, bringing them round in a 6-6. She's done a full lap. 6-1, so she's lifting the pace here. She's really setting them up for a strong second half in this ride. And she gives the 3 call, but she did some amazing work there accelerating that and setting up Amelia for entry into the second half of this ride.
Yeah, it's a nice job there by Maya on the front, getting that start and then lifting the pace for them. I'm sure Amelia will be doing the same as well.
Yeah, and Maya managed a strong second turn as well. I think it might have been a 2-lapper before she swung off.
Yeah, she's got some real grit.
Yeah, and bringing those laps down from a 6.4 to a 6.3 and a 6.1 before she ejected.
Great change by Amelia again.
Lucy bringing them through into the home straight. Still in the 16s. Lucy's going around pretty strongly here, and she'll hand off to Sophie Maxwell in a minute. There she goes. She won't go up as high. And pretty clean change to get right back into that draft. You see that that call there of 7.1 was just 0.2 off what the lap was previously, and I think you lose about a tenth with a change, don't you?
Yeah.
So the team's riding pretty evenly, pretty consistently. Amelia will be looking to bring them back into the 6s.
Sophie's struggling here. There's a bit of a gap opening on that wheel. No,
Sophie just needs to close up a wheel, doesn't she?
Yeah.
There she goes, she's made it.
Yeah, she's closed it up now. Last lap.
Yep, this is a good ride.
Amelia will bring them home. I think they're going to run faster than NZ Comp Purple.
She'll look to lap up here so they can fan underneath and bring Sophie and Lucy underneath her. There you go, 4.35, so 9 seconds quicker than the previous team.
And the next team we have on the track is the New Zealand national team, Sammy Donnelly.
Here we go.
So this is quite a star-studded lineup, eh? We've got Brioni Botha, who's been right on the top step of the podium at World Champs before. You've got Sammy Donnelly from the Olympics, and you've got Prue Fowler, a bronze medalist in the World Champs just been, and Ali Wollaston. What more needs to be said? So this is going to be a great ride. Great to see Ali back teams pursuing. And New Zealand women's talent is just something else, isn't it, on the endurance and the sprint side?
Yep, some strong girls.
So out comes Brioni. She'll go to the position number 3.
It's always hard to tell in the same kit and helmets.
It is. Is Ali in 4?
I think so. It's so hard to tell. Who's starting? Maybe Prudence is starting.
Yeah, that looks like Prue in the gate. And Sammy in number 2. Sammy's dad, Nigel Donnelly, an amazing teams pursuiter from the late 80s and early 90s. In fact, that's Prue in number 2 and Sammy leading them off in the start. So a lot of experience in that family when it comes to teams pursuing. Sammy getting them off to a nice start. So a beautiful TP start there, almost at 23.0.
Yeah, you can already see the speed difference between these guys and the teams that have already been.
Yeah, they are really rolling quick, aren't they?
And those nice steep changes, perfectly back in line.
Being called by coach Matt Shelcrace.
Bryony's on the front now.
She looks to have her head tucked right in.
Brioni's amazing the way she can ride that position, isn't she? She's just staring at that black line, and the confidence that she has that she can just hold that line, and that the team has in her for to hold that line is just amazing. 5-3. So Brioni really setting the team up here, coming into a second lap. 5-2, so she takes a 10th off her previous lap as well. She builds the speed for the team.
Ellie taking the front now.
Ellie right on pace. She's such a versatile rider, isn't she? From winning the road race in a hill sprint on the weekend to leading the team's pursuit on the Tuesday. Super consistent out there. Ali will hand over to Sammy Donnelly here. For Sammy, who did the start, will come through for her second turn. So they're over halfway here, and Sammy's only managing her second turn here now, so everyone's taking strong turns.
Sammy done.
Sammy doing a strong second turn there and ejecting, leaving it up to the other three to bring it home. It's such a hard position, that starter, isn't it?
Yeah,
Having
definitely.
to juice the legs in that start, get back in, and then dial a strong second turn.
Prue pushing it hard on the front here, lapping out nicely.
Prue nicely back up onto that wheel now. And Brioni like a locomotive on the front. She's just so smooth, just getting those pedals over, not wavering at all. Handing over to Ali. And they'll be coming round for the bell. Really tidy, they're 18 seconds under. There's the bell. And Ellie will bring this all the way home. She'll fan out so Prue and Brioni can pop underneath her. Here they go. 4:14. That's a great time. So the times have been coming down consistently. And next up we've got the Australian national team of Kira Will, Sophie Edwards, Claudia Marks, Nicole Duncan and Maeve Pluth. Maeve is rider number 5, so she might not ride this round. So it's all pretty nice track equipment being wheeled out here, Josh.
Yeah. Interesting to see the short sleeve skin suits selected by the Australian team.
It is, isn't it? I guess there'll be shaved arms, but they're using that skin for a bit of air conditioning.
Yep.
In these hot conditions.
On the new Factor bikes as well.
Yeah, they've got the top end of their national team equipment here, haven't they?
Yep.
Used the first time at the Olympics.
Gates on. Clock started. See if these girls can match the Kiwis.
Way the Aussie girls go. pretty special and pretty expensive, but they look really smart. So the girls from Australia are being led out by Claudia Marks. We're interested to see coming next.
Australians getting into their work. It's a nice fast start from them.
Behind Claudia is Kyra Will. Kyra now goes to the front. Claudia's
Really nice change as well. Their coach has just got the lap board on the iPad nice and low so they can see what they're running. Just a one lap there for.
what the New Zealand time was at this stage.
So coach Ashley and Kudinoff giving them their times on the tablet. Ash herself a former world champion in the individual pursuit and 2 or 3 time champion in the team's pursuit. Junior world champion as well, I think. So there's some pedigree in that coaching.
Straight back onto the bank. Nice, smooth, clean pursuing.
So they're looking great on those matching factor bikes, but slightly outside the time of New Zealand national team.
And then takes another turn, moves up, slots onto the back. Started it all off. Claudia Marks, she's on the front again.
So Claudia Marks on the front now.
See how many she does. She did 2.5 at the very start. Claudia brings them through.
She did a solid start with 2.5. So I wouldn't be surprised if she ejects after this turn. She's setting down a solid turn. There she goes. They're down to 3 now.
3 riders.
1.5k got to go. Pushing hard here. They're keeping it nice and smooth. They ride very close together, which is what you want.
Yeah, they look really tidy, don't they?
Yeah. One of the riders here on the classic BT. Getting herself back onto the wheel.
Yes, she was a little bit short on the change there, wasn't she? But she managed to get back into it pretty quick.
Yeah, probably the adjustment from going from 4 riders to 3.
4 to 3.
It's not easy, that last 1 kilometre of the 4,000 metre team pursuit. That's where often the race is won. And in fact, in some cases where it's lost.
So the Australians burying it here now as they enter the back end of this ride. Another nice change as they come out of turn 4.
They're only just under 3 seconds.
Setting it up for a nice final this evening.
Last lap.
In for the bell. She'll take it all the way now.
She was a substitute starter. He's bringing it home strongly. I'll come round and I'll stop the clock.
Fanning out and under they come.
It's a nice ride there.
It's a nice ride. So they actually brought it back in those last couple of laps by a second.
Yeah. 2.5 seconds shy of the New Zealand national team.
Yeah, it was a strong finish by them, wasn't it?
Yeah.
We should see a nice final tonight.
Yeah. Yeah, they could have just been saving some legs, some energy for that final.
Correct. They only had to be in the top 2 to make the final, and they were well inside that. So now we're on to the elite men's. We can see Marshall Irwood walking around down there getting ready. Unzipped. We can see Lucas Murphy getting ready. Now we've got quite a young team of Magnus Jamison, Hunter Dalton,
Josh Grieve.
Josh Grieve, and Lucas Bimmy. So these riders all in their first or second year of under 23s. And on the track, that means you're straight into the elites.
Yeah. All these riders have been to Junior Worlds. Remy and Josh went to Junior Worlds in Netherlands last year. And Magnus and Lucas went to Junior Worlds in China.
Magnus riding that campy front wheel that his mum's won several world titles on. So that wheel's got quite the legacy.
It definitely stands out, the full white wheel.
Yeah, it does. It's a throwback to the 90s when Campagnolo made those discs.
Yeah.
So we've got Hunter in the gate, Magnus in 2, Lucas in 3, and Josh in 4. Probably suiting their riding characteristics quite well, lining up in those positions.
Yeah. Yeah, Hunter's got a good kick on him. So it makes sense for him to...
Yeah, Hunter's quite explosive.
Take the start.
Magnus is quite punchy, isn't he, and quite versatile.
Yeah.
Lucas is definitely a back-end rider, as is Josh.
Yeah. Lucas and Magnus will have done hundreds of TPs together.
Yeah, same age group, aren't they?
Yeah. So they'll be pretty comfortable with riding around each other.
So 2 from counties, 1 from Southland and 1 from Otago. It's great these riders can come together at an event like this and line up in an event where you've got to be really tidy to instill that confidence in your teammates. Magnus bringing them through in a 5-0. Nice lap.
Yeah, you can see the confidence with Lucas, how close he's following Magnus on that wheel.
Yeah, he's definitely trying to make it like the easiest he can on himself as well, so he can set the team up for some good laps on the start. Right on pace, young Bimmy as well in a 5-0. He's looking really aero too, isn't he? Another 5-0 by Lucas.
Yeah, he's got that position dialed. It's cool to see the young boys out here giving it a real punch, good nudge.
Laps up. Gets on pretty tidily. Now we've got Grieve on the front. We saw his younger brother riding in the individual pursuit just before.
Yeah, yeah, we did.
Nice to see them both here.
Yeah, Josh has been riding well. Had a good Southland and on that Maitakū New Zealand cycling project team.
Yeah, he's made a nice step into the under 23 elite ranks, isn't he? Back to Hunter on the front, who did the start. So we'll see what Hunter puts in here. We will probably see him eject after his turn. He might try and lay down like a lap and a half or 2 laps, setting the team up.
Yeah, we're over halfway, so it's definitely possible to...
Gives out the 3 call now, nice and loud, as he hands over to Magnus.
See these boys get into their work. Magnus will be really chugging along here, pushing it nice and hard for the boys.
About another minute and a half to go in this ride.
5 to go next time, just over 1 kilometre.
Lucas is looking pretty comfortable in that position. Sticking that gear over nicely, he's got a good cadence.
Yeah, Lucas likes a nice team's pursuit. He can always lift for these events.
Yeah, yeah, definitely pushes hard for the boys.
He does, yeah.
Gives it that extra bit. He brought the pace even faster.
He did. He's lifted it and he's coming around to cap off a double lapper on the front.
Nice effort from Lucas. Just got to get on the back here and recover as best he can. Just hold that wheel.
He did exactly what a number 3 needed to do this stage of the bike race, didn't he? He set up a double turn.
Yeah, he did a 5-4 and then a 5-1. So he really brought it back.
So he dropped it, and we may see Josh bring it home here, or
2 laps left. I think he'll swing off. He'll swing off here probably and give Magnus the last 1.5 laps.
Magnus is looking pretty comfortable in wheel 2.
No, here we go. Gonna
take
I
the
think
last
Josh
lap.
is going to bring it, yeah.
5-3, still holding that pace.
Pretty even. This is a great time by the guys. Pretty tight down the bottom of the track. 4:10.
It's quite a strong team. It's a good time.
Was a good time.
This is a team to watch now.
Yeah, NZ2. So they've got the hugely experienced Tom Sexton in there. Tom is a real mainstay of the national team.
Yeah, definitely strong, experienced rider in this squad. Some may say the slipperiest man in New Zealand. But yes,
as an honour.
Yeah, yeah. But yeah, no, it's a good squad. Yeah, Tom Sexton, Oliver Watson-Palmer, obviously. He's very strong from the South Island, but he rides for the TA club, and he's in that pre-HP development space, and strong rider. He's been to Junior Worlds as well. Dan Morton, another strong rider, also in that pre-HP space. Very good at pursuing and very good at bunch racing. And Lucas Murphy, a new one, getting the call up to ride with these guys. Another really strong rider, a bit older than Dan, but yes, nevertheless, very good time trialist, very strong in the pursuit position. So I wouldn't put it past these guys to do a very fast time.
Yeah, this will be a nice time. Lucas will be relishing this opportunity to ride with these guys. He was second in the under-23 time trial at the Nationals and third in the Oceanas just a couple of years ago, and now he's dedicating himself to the track and the endurance side of things. So yeah, he'll be bringing his best game here. We've got Tom down in the gate, who will bring a world of experience here, and really he'll be setting the pace for these guys to ride at.
Surprise me if Tommy does slightly extra work than these guys. He loves to do a little bit extra always.
This will be a team that probably finishes with 4, right? Given the experience of Tom, and they've got him in the gate as well.
Yep.
Ollie, who is a Junior Worlds medalist from Israel. Dan, who rode a phenomenal IP in his junior years, went to the Junior Worlds in China only to get COVID. So he had a tough time over there. But he's a recent winner of a stage in the Tour of Southland for the Pista Corsa team into Lumsden. So he's on fine form.
Yeah, amazing finish. Stoked for him for that. I came into the finish myself inside the top 10, which I was pretty happy for, but stoked to see him off the front and getting that win in the last K. That was awesome.
Ollie doing the work on the front here at the moment. And he'll be looking to deliver Dan at speed. Lucas getting a nice start here in position 4. He hasn't hit the front yet, so when he does, he'll probably be laying down a couple of lap turn.
Young Dan on the front now.
Yeah, that's a solid turn on the front, and being called by his personal coach as well, Mike Davis, so he'll be used to those calls.
Yep. Yeah, chatted to Mike on Sunday, and he seemed pretty happy to be running this boys' team pursuit, which is pretty cool.
Yeah, Mike loves it. He's a really passionate coach with a lot of experience, and he takes these things really seriously, so he'll be giving the boys his best down there on the trackside.
Lucas on the front now. He's done a good pull. Back to Tommy.
4-2. So they're really starting to get into this work now, and Tom's into his second turn on the front.
Running mid-14 second laps. These are really quick from these boys.
Tom getting back on.
Tommy bringing that time back from 4-4 to 4-2.
Tom did, didn't he? Really set these guys up as they're, well into the second half now.
We'll be able to see what Ollie's feeling based on his time here. 4-3, still holding that pace.
Yeah, really consistent.
Bit of rocking here from Ollie, but he's managing it well. He's going for a change now. Oh no. Ollie swings off. That's him done. He called out the 3.
So Dan on the front now. The custom painted orange Avanti. 4-7 being called by Coach Mike. Solid laps.
Yeah. Sure, Tommy's quite eager to get back on the front here.
I think Tom will be wanting to bring this home, won't he?
Yeah, yeah, he's got his head. He had his head more up looking before, so he looked pretty relaxed. It wasn't down in the hands.
Lucas is doing a nice turn on the front, holding that pace. Gets on cleanly.
2 laps left. Tommy will bring this
small
home.
Gap now as Tom accelerates.
Lucas needs to really get on that wheel.
Yeah,
and
Lucas
he's
will be
it down.
Come on, Lucas. Yeah, he's right there, and he's got a lot of fight.
He's working.
Yeah, he's closing this back up. Nice ride, Lucas.
He's got back on. That's a great effort.
Tommy's really hammering it here.
Yeah, Dan's struggling to hold it, but yeah, the boys have done well.
They have. That's a nice ride.
3:59.
3:59. Yeah, they broke the 4 minutes.
Very good from them. Excited to see how they go in the rankings.
Hats off to Tom Sexton for bringing that home and sharing his experience with the boys to break that 4 minutes.
Yeah, yeah. Tom definitely likes to do that bit extra. He's not shy from taking extra turns and doing more work.
No, you never know what Tom's thinking, do you? He's an enigma on the bike. You can be thinking that he might be on the edge, and the next minute he can attack and right away.
Yeah, yeah. Seated power from Tom is incredible.
One of the talkiest riders out there,
I would say,
on the gears. Yeah, great ride by the guys. Mike will be impressed with that.
I'm sure Tom Sexton will be pleased with that ride with his teammates.
So now we have 4 other members of the New Zealand national team lining up. What's their order here, Josh?
Kyrgyz probably first.
That's an easy one.
Yeah.
I expected you to have that. Kilo Kyrgyz.
Looks like Keegan Hornblow second, Marshall third, and George Jackson fourth.
So great to see George Jackson back in the track after a couple of seasons riding Pro Tour in Spain.
Yeah.
So yeah, I know he's really happy to be back on the fixed gear.
Yeah. Yeah, he's back on the Mitre Q New Zealand Cycle Project team, so he'll do some racing with them, but yeah, seems to be more track focused now.
Yeah, he's into that formation, New Zealand Cycling Project, which has just changed its sponsor for its new era to Whoosh, which is the company and product of multiple-time World Masters champion Chris Ellington, and Whoosh being the cable-driven transport system. So Kilo Kyrgyz in the gate.
Yeah.
He's off. And Keegan Hornblow in 2. Keegan's really come on in leaps and bounds the last 2 or 3 years as a bike rider. He's matured well, and he's really stepped up on the road now. He's really enjoying his cycling.
Yeah. Kyrgyz, big horsepower here on the front. Sub 10, I think he's done in a Flying 200 as well.
He has, yeah.
He's got that amazing kick.
9.8, I think he's gone before. And then Marshall Irwood in 3. Marshall's a real a lover of pursuing and teams pursuing.
Yeah, I think he's New Zealand's fastest IPer at the moment.
At the moment.
So, yeah, he'll definitely be strong here.
Yeah, Marshall always brings his A game every single time he clips in. So we'll see a nice ride from him.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see this team dynamic. Because who did they run for the World Champs out of the 5 New Zealand guys?
So they ran Kyrgyz, Keegan, Marshall and Tom.
Yeah.
George was still contracted to his pro team.
Yeah.
So George has got that hair tucked in away underneath the helmet, going full aero. He's normally got the mallet flying. George is doing a solid turn on the front, his first ride back with the team, and he'll be getting ready to hand over to Kirgy, who will do his second turn and then probably eject.
Yep. George pulling a big turn here.
He is. Kirgy would have to be one of the most versatile riders on the New Zealand scene.
Yeah, 100%.
He can sprint, he can pursuit, and he can certainly win a road race.
Yeah.
I think in that Grand Tour of Thailand they had late last year, he won 8 stages.
Yeah, I saw that.
That was 30 days of racing.
Here we go, Kirgy's on the front now. You can tell he's giving it everything by the way his hips and head's rocking.
Yeah, he's really biffing the pace up there, isn't he? So he gives it all for the team before swinging off.
He's bringing the pace back up for the boys.
Handing over to Keegan, who's getting into his work on the front now with a solid turn. Marsh waiting in the wings, and then Josh in at number 3.
Nice change there from Keegan. Good holding of the pace.
Especially with the formation going from 4 to 3.
Yeah, it's a change because it comes past a lot faster.
Even though you know it's about to happen, it's still kind of a surprise, isn't it?
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, Keegan's on the wheel really tidy now as Marshall gets into his work.
Still sub 14. Boys are flying.
Yeah, the effort they're putting down there this late in the ride is phenomenal. Big George on the front. He's really impressing with a strong turn in the back end of this bike race. Another 3.8.
Yeah, I remember being at the New Zealand camp and the boys and the TPs are doing about 700 watts on the front, give or take, for about 30 seconds, and they have to do that twice, I think.
So a 3:53. That's a tidy time for a early in the season high pressure day at the Oceanias.
The Australian team, Liam Walsh, Rowan Hayden-Smith, Thomas Cornish. So
there's some talent in this Australian team about to line up. Liam Walsh is an amazing rider on the road and the track. I think he's their current Elite Omnium champion, isn't he? And he's the winner of several road races in Europe. Rowan Hayden-Smith, Thomas Cornish. Now tell us about Thomas Cornish, Josh. He was sprinting not that long ago.
Yeah. I've seen some stuff out there on Tom Cornish, and he's definitely got a big kick on him. One of those road riders, kind of like Kirgy, that's got a really good sprint on him. So it wouldn't actually surprise me if he was either him or Liam Walsh were taking the start, probably, because I know they've both got big kicks.
And then Josh Duffy bringing it up, one at the back, one of the strongest endurance track guys out of that country in the last few years. So this will be an interesting time. They'll probably just want to go underneath that 3:59 to ensure it's a gold final ride for them. We may not see them wanting to challenge for the fastest qualifier. Oh, a big effort by Cornish on the front there.
Yep.
Love seeing a sprinter cross over to endurance cycling. Incredible versatility.
Yeah.
Nice start, 21.
size of these gears that these riders ride is huge. Hence why the times are so quick. They get it
As
up
he
and
laps
going.
off. So we've got 2 on Dolans and 2 on Factors.
Have been a real revolution to the speed.
Yeah, the 2 on the Factors would have gone to the Olympics and probably the World Champs in Chile.
So leading them through that time was
And these 2 on the Dolans probably are up and coming into
riders.
the Australian squad.
Slightly up on what the New Zealand team were at this point in time.
So they're looking really tidy down there, aren't they?
Yeah, they're nice and clean, they're rolling smoothly, and they're staying really close together, which is exactly what you want.
Yeah, there's no stacking out, which means the pace is really consistent. Some slight differences in cadence down there, just showing that the guys are not all on the same gearing.
Yeah, and that's that preference thing again. Some riders prefer to have a bit more push on the pedals rather than the spin, and some guys like to spin a bit faster.
Yeah, so they can each get the most out of their ride. So basically, it's an identical ride to New Zealand at this point, just 0.3 off the mark. So they'll be happy to keep it round here to set themselves up for a gold ride tonight. And then in those teams with 5 riders in the initial lineups, we may see a rider change coming in for the final round by them.
Yeah, I'd say we're going to see a swing off soon.
The 3 call goes out. Only a minute left to go in this ride.
To 3, the riders we have 7, 19 and 16. So 19 is Blade Quick. I was calling Liam Walsh number 1. Apologies, Liam. That's Blade Quick, 19. Just lost it down to 3 riders. Makes a big difference at this
Blaine
level.
Quick, that's a nice surname for a bike racer.
Yep. Almost as good as Keanu Watts.
Exactly. Or Corbin Strong.
Yep.
Just a reminder, the next riders up on the track will be the under-19 girls.
1 lap left for these boys. This one guy will bring her home. They're on a nice speed here.
Yeah, I think they're just giving it enough to ensure that gold ride. 3:55. So it'll be a New Zealand in the home straight, Australia in the back straight final tonight. What's up next?
Next we have the mixed para, C1 to C5 team sprint qualifying.
So is this a new event on the program?
Ooh, is it? I think we have the junior girl match sprint now. I think that looks like Lily Cameron.
Yeah, so we must be coming back into sprints, not event 11.
Yeah, we got the junior women's sprint quarterfinal. Heat 1, race 2. So
Race 2.
Lily Cameron took round 1 over Alana Lake, and I think Lily is now second wheel.
Being held by Craig Roger. Both sizing each other up there on the line as they roll away. Alana Lake leading off.
In the meantime, he won the second ride, should I say, of these 8 quarterfinals.
So Lily, who was New Zealand secondary school track cyclist of the year last year, also a particularly strong rower. Great to see her committing to track cycling here and riding strongly in the sprints. Also strong on the endurance side. She's getting some height here.
It's a bigger gap there. She's closing it now.
Yeah, Lana's gone up for some height. Back down again, taking speed. It's a late sprint. They're only accelerating coming out of turn 1.
Lily Cameron hasn't got out of the seat yet. She's pushing it really hard down the back straight. She's on that shoulder now. Can she bring it over the top?
Just enough to bring it home. Well, she didn't even hop out of the seat for that acceleration down the back straight.
Yeah.
She just kept her confidence and stayed seated.
Yep. Yeah, she rode that well.
Close ride by both riders.
So Lily Cameron will go through to the semi-finals.
So now up we've got Paige Squire, who's one up against compatriot Milan Bradshaw. Going through the process of the track straps on and then the aero booties on the top to give yourself every advantage. Milan leading out here from Paige. Paige is one up from the first ride.
Yeah, it was a good battle last time. It was quite close between these two.
Both matching each other here. Milan's trying to hold Paige up, not letting her get over the top, finding a route out. So Paige will either have to duck around behind or give it quite a lot of acceleration to get clear over the top. Milan's doing a great job of holding her high here. Paige is handling that well though and keeping that height. Committing late to the sprinter's lane. There goes Paige over the top. What a powerful ride by both of those. Paige taking the second ride as well.
Move on now to heat 3, April Cut and Madeline Pitt. April one up at the moment.
So April Cat versus Madeline Pitt, and April took the first ride. So Madeline coming up to the fence. And April Cat, the sassy rider, being wheeled up to the line now.
Two more riders to go on the under-19 woman, and then we move on to the under-19 men. Cooper Nelson and Ben Murphy, their second ride. Wycliffe Hyatt and Mitchell Stevens, their second ride. Angus Willington and Ben Wood, second ride. Then Sterling Crackman and Sebastian Topping.
Coming to a standstill almost on the back straight.
A bit of a track stand here. April wants to put Maddie in front.
Yeah, she's trying to force her through, but Maddie was having none of that, was she?
She wants to be on the back wheel. She wants to have a run at April. She's one down, so this is a must win if she wants to progress.
And riders will have their strengths that they like racing to.
Yeah.
So we've got April on the velo bike and Maddie on the Dolan.
It's a big gap. Maddie's closing it now.
Yeah, she's getting up high and she's coming down, but April saw that and reacted pretty quick. This is going to be a drag race around this final lap. Side by side, it's so equal, there's nothing in this. April just got the advantage riding the inside line.
Close sprint there.
So another ride where the winner of the first also took the second. All three have been close. So next up we've got Minnie Collins from Bike Manawatu and Emily Watch from Capital Territory. Emily being one up in the competition. I think there's quite a strong statistic that if you win the first round, you also progress through to the next round, isn't it? It's significantly higher than if you lose the first round.
Yeah. I think with these quarterfinals, though, the races are slightly not as well matched because obviously the faster riders that qualified versus the slower ones, and then it kind of moves up. For the semi-finals, I'd say maybe the go to 3.
Yeah.
Because it's a little bit closer.
As they filter through the rounds, it gets closer and closer.
Yeah, yeah.
So Emily leading off here from Minnie Collins. Minnie will need to win this one if she wants to keep her hopes alive in the sprint competition. It was a close sprint in the previous ride. Once again, neither rider really wanting to lead this off. So they stand still on the back straight. Will have to come down soon. So Minnie's just keeping it at that runnable distance that she's confident with, but she won't want it to get out any more than what it is. She's maintaining her height though for a fast acceleration. And there she goes.
It's got the jump.
Yeah, quite a nice jump. A little bit of an element of surprise there.
Yep.
So Emily's in the draft. She'll be looking to make a run at the wheel down the back straight. Here she goes. Now she's got to ride the bend. But she's looking strong.
Got nice
It's going to be a
momentum
tight
going
finish.
around it, but it looks like she's going to take it and knock Minnie Collins out. Good win there from Emily.
So 2 from 2
They were all 2 from 2.
for all of them. So that's our progression through to the semis.
Quarterfinals. Oh yeah, semis.
Now we've got the junior under-19 men coming up. And first up, Angus Withington and Matai Reid. And Angus took that first, no, it's 2 from TA.
Yeah. This was one, I think it's quarters.
So going by my calculations, the semi-finals will be Lily Cameron against Emily Walsh.
Here we go. Cooper Nelson versus Ben Murphy.
We'll wait until that's not official.
Cooper was 1 up after ride 1.
Now move on to the lads. Firstly, Cooper Nelson, who's 1 up on Ben Murphy.
Cooper being wheeled up by Skip Smith, Ben by James Verco, Ben coming into position 1. James himself a top sprinter before he took up a coaching role after his riding. Ben leads this one away, but he has to ride smart in this one and take this win if he wants to keep his hopes alive.
Yeah, it's been a close battle between these two, but Cooper's just had that bit of top speed, and it's just...
Yeah, they're such different riders, aren't they?
Yeah.
Cooper's got that really long speed, and Ben's got that amazing acceleration. So Ben will be probably trying to keep it as quite a late sprint.
Yeah. I was just about to say that's probably Ben's best bet to take it over Cooper, because Cooper's been riding amazingly.
Yeah, I think if Cooper is to go early, it'll be really tough. So Ben will be trying to hold him up there for as long as he can to keep him in.
Yeah.
Which is no easy feat. There goes Ben with a bit of a dummy.
Oh, Cooper goes under.
But he's let Cooper under.
He's getting in the draft now. 1 lap to go. Can Ben get over that wheel?
He's out of the saddle. He's got a great acceleration.
Doesn't have enough. Cooper's riding amazingly.
Yeah,
Good
Cooper
win
is
from
riding
there,
amazing.
Cooper. 2 from 2 for Cooper. Great riding.
Cooper's got a lot of long range speed, hasn't he? When he hits the front, he doesn't die. I guess it bodes well for the team sprint later in the program, where these two will probably be lining up in the same team.
Yeah, Ben struggles to get that acceleration when they're going super fast, so Cooper got a nice drop in, got the line, and there was no gap for Ben to run at. He just instantly got on the wheel, so he couldn't really accelerate into the draft and then fly off, and they were already at speed by the time he tried, so he really struggled with that.
Yeah, Ben really likes it out of the gate, doesn't he? When you're having to go from 0 to max. Yeah, another two good rides by those riders. So now up we have 2 from Australia. Luca Piat, who won ride 1, facing off against Mitchell Stevens. Mitchell from Adelaide Hills and Luca from the Sassy Institute. Luca up at the fence. Mitchell will lead away.
Luca's 1 up over Mitchell.
It's giving him a little bit of space here early in the ride. He's happy to stay behind.
Both on the Campag discs.
distinct pattern.
And the sprint is 5-spoke.
Yep.
When we get into the endurance events, we see the riders come down to 4s and 3s, don't we?
Yeah.
For lighter, potentially less stiff, but yeah, more aero and lighter.
Yeah, it's been interesting because in the past, everything's been 5-spoke, and then it went to 4-spoke, and now they're running 3 spokes. And
I think there's even a 2.
Really?
There's a fast forward 2, but it's not used that often.
Mitchell's got a nice acceleration here. He's got a good gap.
Yeah, he does have a nice gap.
Luke is getting into the draft.
Luke is really running at this now. He might have enough speed to
Fly
carry
down
over
the
the
last
top.
straight. Yeah. Nice sprint.
Great ride by both of them, with both using their abilities to the max. Almost dead heating, and some good sportsmanship between the two of them there. Ride 3. Angus Withington and Benjamin Woods. Angus taking ride 1. Angus in the blue.
Again, just wish to mention a big thank you to our major sponsor, GJ Gardner Homes, for their generosity, and also, of course, they sponsored the GJ Gardner Homes Road Nationals that we had last Friday, Saturday and Sunday.
Angus being wheeled up. He's closest to the fence.
A number of other sponsors, of course. We have Fresh Choice from Leamington, and you'll see here in the middle we have the bananas and oranges.
And Ben coming down into posse 1.
Which are free of charge. We have the Amber Garden Centre.
Similar level of equipment between these two, both on Dolan bikes.
You answer a question correctly, you will get a prize. Also, sponsors.
Angus hard on that wheel.
Yeah, following it closely. Doesn't like to give any room.
He keeps it tight for a sprint, doesn't he? He doesn't give himself any run room there.
Yeah.
But, you know, he knows what he has to do.
It's free of charge. Acre Farm, and of course a big thank you to Skoda New Zealand.
Taking it up high now, trying to feign a little attack there to see what Ben would do. And again, they're running with a bit of pace already as they come round with 1 to go.
Here we go.
Here comes Angus. Ben's out of the saddle, winding it up.
He's got over the top. He'll drop down into that sprinter's lane.
I remember what the great coach Jason Russell used to say: if you don't have speed, then you need height. And a second win by Angus Withington. Again, 2 from 2. So this will be another good ride. Sebastian Topping from Queensland versus our own Sterling Crackman from TA. Sterling being the fastest qualifier. But in the opening round, Sebastian won it, but he did pick up a warning. So he's going to have to be careful that it's kept pretty straight, because he won't want to pick up a second one.
Yeah. Yeah, he had a few flicks outside, pushing Sterling high.
Yeah, this will be a really interesting ride by these two.
Yeah, it was a close battle last time.
Yeah, it was. Sterling had a couple of good goes at coming round, and it was looking pretty good coming into the home straight, but Sebastian held on to take it. Sterling on the look, Sebastian on the Argon. 2 of the great sprint frames. Sterling taking them high, but Sebastian pinned to his wheel with a little more height. Sebastian able to maintain some real height for a slow speed on the banking.
Yeah.
He'll pick up a roll-off as they come down the home straight with that. Yeah, and there he goes. He did that with minimal effort. Sterling is holding him nice and high. It's a game of nerves, isn't it, as they both sit this close together, that height of the fence.
Shoulder to shoulder now, bit of bumping. Sterling's doing nicely, holding him up there.
Wow, look at that acceleration by both of these guys. Big acceleration by Sebastian.
Takes over nice and smoothly. He'll take this ride and move through to the semi-final.
That was possibly the best acceleration we've seen in the sprint comp so far.
Yeah, it was nice.
Again, 2 from 2. So no third ride needed for those.
So unofficially from me, Cooper Nielsen, he will be riding the semi-final, Sebastian Topic. And in the second semi-final, Luca Fire from Australia will be riding Angus Withington, also from Australia. Now, just a reminder, mine is unofficial, but that's how I have it at the present moment. Now move on to the C1 and C5 team sprint. And then we will have the mixed B, the tandem team sprint. And then we have the elite woman, elite men team sprints, and the junior woman, junior man third ride, which is not required. We don't have any third rides. So after the elite men team sprint qualification will be the end of the session.
So I'm just going to try something. See if I can throw it into a space. Yeah.
So we've got a world champion team lining up here for Australia in the C1 to C5 team sprint qualifying.
What's that? Hannah's over there. Oh, no. I mean, I'm going.
Alan Gordon, Corey Boddington, Mitchell Shipley, and Erin Normoyle. Heat 2 will see the Kiwis with Devon Briggs, Siobhan Terry, and Nicole Murray. Always a privilege to see world champions line up at these events. And a beautiful start as they get away. All falling into alignment. Position 2 leaving a little bit of run room. As they effect the change. Position 3 just probably wishes he was a little bit closer up on that wheel. It's going to be a hard third lap. One to go, and that was a nice time at 52.
Next up, we got the New Zealand team with Devon Briggs, Nicole Murray,
Now move on to the New Zealand team. Devon Briggs, Siobhan Terry and Nicole Murray.
Devon Briggs, Siobhan Terry and Nicole Murray.
So this is another quality lineup. You've got Devon Briggs, who has been a world champion on the track. You've got Nicole Murray, who's also been a world champion on the track. And then Siobhan Terry, who, lining up in her first world championships last year, made the podium 3 times.
Solid team.
Yeah, so another quality team coming out of New Zealand.
Yeah, all strong riders.
And then after this, we go to the next RFE team sprint qualification.
We've got Siobhan in the gate. Nicole will probably slot into position 2, and Devon bringing it up at wheel 3.
There's been a change also on the technical side of this. We have Peter Johnson from Australia, the UCI International Track, Road and Para Connoisseur. So he takes over the management.
Devon's a phenomenal young rider. Even when he rides just in open grades, he's incredibly competitive, you know, despite
2026 Oceania Championships.
his compromise with his ankles. He's just a phenomenal rider with a top end of speed, this guy.
Yep. Yeah, strong guy. He comes out to a lot of the TA endurance races and yeah, rides himself very well.
Siobhan in the gate, she's ready to go. Nicole is a accomplished rider on the road as well. She was competing on the weekend, I think, at the GJ Gardner National Road Championships. Nice start by Siobhan. That was an explosive start. She got out of the gate quick. She'll lead out Nicole Murray nicely, so Nicole can set up for a good second lap.
Takes him out. Good start by her. She'll hand over to Nicole Murray. Goes Nicole. Also a very
Devon will stay tucked on there, but he might give himself a little bit of run room as we near the end of this lap, so we can just hit it with some acceleration. Yeah, here he goes.
You'll be the one to bring them home.
There was a really tight changeover, making the most of the track. As Devon gets into his work down the back straight.
It's great to see this mixed team sprint competition here in Cambridge at the GJ Gardner
Close ride.
Championships, and it's only 0.886 of a second, 53.835.
So event 12 now, we get to see the tandems in action. 2 Australian teams.
Australia gold, Bo Wootton, Byron Davies, Tegan Reeder, and Lauren Terry.
It's always great to see a passing manoeuvre enacted on a tandem. And these aren't your normal everyday run-of-the-mill tandems. These things are aero, they're carbon, and they're set up for speed.
Dean getting the gate set up.
So first up, we've got Australia gold. Bo Wootton, Byron Davies, Tegan Reeder, and Lauren Perry.
So the first combination on the tandem, we have the visually impaired rider is Bo Wootton, and the pilot is Byron Davies. Byron is the pilot. Byron, for your information, was a very high-level Australian sprinter, and of course, Bo, visually impaired.
So we've got the ladies in the gate, being piloted by Lauren Perry.
So this is the qualification round.
And in seat 2, you've got Tegan Reeder. And then the second tandem, you've got the pilot Byron Davies, and position 2, Bo Wootton.
Please, can you encouragement? Second team, lined up alongside is Tegan Reeder, visually impaired athlete. Lauren Perry, an endurance rider.
Riders are ready and the clock's on. And a great start. Getting 2 riders out of the gate, moving in unison to thrust that bike out of the brakes is pretty phenomenal.
It's a nice clean start.
Yeah, it is, isn't it? Just sitting off by a nice distance so they can run at the wheel. And the ladies are really setting a nice pace here.
They'll come round down to see the front team. They'll finish this second lap. Then the second team will take over for the final lap.
There's a change. That was good change. It was pretty even on the line as the guys get into this work now. Byron Davies, the pilot, a former top sprinter for Australia. So a 52-second ride. That was a great ride. Now out onto the track, we've got another Australian team, Australia Green. In the gate, we'll have the ladies. The pilot will be Jackie Mingler-Moore, she is a phenomenal athlete. She was sprinting in the elite team sprint for Queensland at their nationals and Oceanias only a matter of a couple of years ago. So awesome to see her here piloting the tandem with Jessica Gallagher on the back, both in their world champion suits. And then the second tandem will be Luke Zakaria being the pilot and Kane Peris in position 2. Love seeing world champions taking part at events like the Oceanias.
Highlight to you, I've been lucky enough to be involved with Oceania Championships for many, many years. And what is so encouraging.
A lot of control by these riders being wheeled up to the line to keep those bikes upright.
Yeah.
It's hard enough on your single bike, isn't it?
Yeah.
World class, they're the best in the world.
Especially if you've got a dodgy handler.
Those of you that watch paracycling, to me, it is absolutely amazing.
Track straps being put on.
It's quite different with the 3 laps for a team sprint, but with only 2 bikes.
It is.
Yeah. The first team does 2.
First team doing 2.
4 world champions.
Yeah, I wondered what they were going to do there. I was thinking, does each do 2 or?
Yeah.
Or you can select.
You're going to see that often.
So there's a lot of experience on the front of this bike with Jackie Mingler-Moore on here. Position 2 rider, really ready to thrust that out of the gate. Oh, what a start. That was phenomenal timing by the pairing.
Great start from the world champions here.
That was a great start. I love the helmets as well. The gold and then the green in position 2. Karima wheels on these tandems. Bike 2 just getting nicely into position to effect this change. So the ladies deliver them at top speed.
Here they go. Come round this time, half a lap, and they'll stop the clock. Look at that time to beat, was 52.156.
49.69.
Wow. 54k an hour average on tandem bikes.
That's phenomenal.
From a standstill start.
Holding those things down around those bends, it takes a lot of control and strength because they just want to drift up.
Yeah.
Yeah, hats off to these riders for nailing such a tidy ride. On we go to event 13.
That was fantastic. Really enjoyed watching those athletes. I don't know whether they've ever, probably a lot of you would have ridden a tandem on.
Looks like we've got the elite women's team sprint qualifying. Our first team up, we've got Australia Blue, Imogen Gelbart, Emma Stevens, and Hope Harnetti.
400 metres long and probably has a gradient of about 16 degrees.
So 6 teams in this competition.
43 degrees. So we move on now to the elite woman team.
One from New Zealand, 4 from Australia, and then a Anzac mix, where we have Caitlin Kelly jumping in with Mirella Willis-Hell and Victoria Smith. So that'll be an interesting one. Those riders may not know each other, but it'll be of a high standard, I'm sure. Caitlin, a medalist at the Junior Worlds 2 years ago in China.
Yeah. Yeah, strong rider, definitely one to watch for the future, up and coming in that development space.
One of our strongest up and coming riders, and certainly worthy of a lot of support to be given to her as she navigates her way through these early stages of an elite career.
Pete's stepped in there to help with the gates. So on the front straight we have Aussie Blue, Imogen Javart, Emma Stevens and Hope.
So Aussie Blue up first
And on the back straight,
in the home straight. Imogen Jalbart, Emma Stevens and Hope Harnety. On the back straight is the Anzac team of Morella Willis-Hell, Caitlin Kelly from New Zealand and Victoria Smith. So they run 2 teams on the track at once for the team sprint, unlike team's pursuit, because it's highly unlikely that you'll get a catch. So both teams can get through their rides cleanly.
Clock's on. See how these girls get out of the gate.
Yeah, no one allowed to leave that line before the rider in the gate. We saw that in one of the team's pursuit rides, I think, where rider 2 left slightly earlier than 1 and it was called back. So in the back straight we've got Caitlin in the gate. Nice starts from both starters.
Well, there we go. 107, Imogen leads out the Australian blue team. This is fast and furious.
Caitlin done a fast start for the Anzac team.
Yeah, she's really flying. The
big
same
gap
as
on Australia Blue.
Imogen.
Imogen, it is a combination team. This is the sort of race, if you blink.
So there's nothing in this ride, with the combo team being slightly up, but you never know what's going to be brought to the table as they get down to rider 3. It's really close here.
Anzac still slightly up. Not by much.
I think Australia Blue slightly ahead now for the win. Yeah, that ride really changed tables, didn't it?
577, the Aussie Blue. And 52.552 for the Anzac. And the next teams.
So next up we've got 2 Australian teams, Australia White and Green. So in the home straight you've got Christina Clonan, who's no stranger to this level of competition, with Molly McGill and Alessia McCaig, another experienced rider. In the back straight we've got Ella Liang and Maya Dillon and Chloe Morgan. I think it was Ella Liang who was sprinting at the Junior World Championships in China just 2 seasons ago. So some real experience in both teams. National representatives in both teams here with the Australian skin suits on the line. If you were a team sprinter, Josh, where would you see yourself?
Either third wheel or first wheel.
Get it over and get out?
Yeah. Yeah, I've got an all right start, but then obviously that endurance background for third wheel.
Yeah, wheel 2 doesn't seem enviable, does it? You've got to have a fast start.
Usually the strongest rider rides wheel 2.
Okay, they're in the starter's hands. And the clock is on.
Fast start from both teams.
Yeah, it was. They both rocketed out of the gate, didn't they?
Getting out cleanly.
The third rider in the Australian composite team just hanging back to get a really big run at the wheel as they enter this last lap. Australia white ahead at the moment as they make their change with one to go.
A good time. Australia white comes through now. 47.
Australia white going through in a 47 and Australia blue going through in a 50. 47 is a tidy time.
Yeah, that's pretty quick. Averaging 57 for the 3 laps off a dead start is amazing.
It's amazing, yeah.
Move on to the final heat, the qualification, and in the
So now we're into the final heat. We've got the Kiwis in the home straight. We've got Riley Faulkner in the gate. She's a phenomenal starter, and she was part of that medal-winning team in China at the Junior Worlds. The experienced Olivia King, who's been on the podium at several international events, and double Olympic champion Elise Fraser bringing it up for this team.
the two final events, which were the third rides of the junior women sprint.
In the back straight, another top team, Australia yellow with Christine Perkins, Lilia Tatarinov, Deniaka Blinko, and fourth rider, Sophie Watts.
Meantime, two more teams to go.
So Riley in the TA skin suit.
Clock's on here. See how Riley will step up with these New Zealand riders and get her fast start going.
Yeah, she does have an incredible start, doesn't she? She's a great rider for the time trial. Yeah, nice starts by both of these teams. Both giving it everything as they come into turn 2. There's nothing in it. They're neck and neck. Olivia King running at the wheel nicely now. What a great change. The Australians marginally up.
Nice start there for both teams. Olivia King bringing Elise Andrews in.
Almost a dead heat as both teams hit their third lap. Kiwis with Elise Fraser and Elise Andrews. Sorry.
Neck and neck now. I think we're just in the lead for New Zealand. Yep, Elise brings it home fast. Second fastest time.
Yeah, 2 great rides and a 47, the same as what Australia White did. For 2.
Two good times. New Zealand national 47.781.
So it'll be a New Zealand versus Australia final.
The Australian white team of Christina Cronin, Molly McGill, and Alicia McKay over 47.095.
So now we head into the elite men team sprint qualifying. First up,
we got Australia yellow on the home straight. Actually riding only that team, with Finn Carpenter, Mitchell Louis, and Ruben Smith. So this is a single team qualifying.
So Australia yellow up. Clock is on. Dean Peterkin standing down hard on that starter's gate.
Yeah, I don't know if he's adding that much weight to it.
He's probably 55 kilograms ringing wet. Press down, Dean.
He's done a good job there. Out strong here.
Yeah, look at the power going through the pedals there from the starter.
Third wheel quite deep here.
It's going to be a tough 3 laps for rider 3 here. He's shoring it up. He'll be getting in a bit of draft here. He's a powerful
Mitchell
guy.
hands it off to Ruben. Ruben was able to bring it back a little bit.
Ruben Smith doing a really good job here to bring it home at the end of the 3 laps. For a 47.065. Now we've got Sassy, South Australia Institute of Sport, with Max Liebigneck, James Brister, and Tate Ryan. Tate, a world record holder in the juniors, a double world champion, and a rider who's really on the up in the elite side of the sport.
Yep, and they're going against New Zealand Devo 2 with Lewis Velter, Kai La, and Jared Mann.
Yeah, Kaio seems like a rider who's been around for a long time, but yet he's still pretty young. He was a national record holder in the sprint a number of years ago, and Jared Mann coming through the ranks nicely with that group, and Louis Valletta, who came into track cycling only maybe 2 years ago, 3 years ago.
Yep.
So he's taken to the sport pretty quick. So Sassy versus New Zealand Devo 2. Jared in position number 3 in the Hamilton skin suit. Two great starts. Sassy's off and marginally ahead.
Nice
Kaio
start.
in position 2 with that favourite pink chainring of his. It's so even.
Kaio stomping it here for Jared. They're just behind. Sassy are doing good.
Yeah, Sassy's up a little bit.
Tate Ryan's going to bring them to the finish here.
Yeah, I wouldn't like to be up against Tate Ryan.
Neither would I. Very strong guy. Brings it home for them nicely with a 43.6.
So yeah, nice ride there for a 43.68, and NZ Devo 2 46.09. Now we go into an Australia versus New Zealand ride-off with Australia green. Man, look at the names in this squad, Josh. Lee Hoffman, Dan Barber and Ryan Elliott versus 3 of our really strong up-and-coming sprinters, Jackson Russell, Luke Blackwood and Alex Schuler. Luke cracking a PB recently, doing a 9.9, going under 10 seconds for the sprint qualifying. So he's in good form. This Australian team's bringing a lot of experienced horsepower to the start line. Jackson and Luke from the New Zealand team, both medalists at the Junior Worlds. And Alex, I think at the Junior Worlds last year, was he 3 times 4th?
I'm not sure, but definitely
strong. 2.
Yeah.
Definitely 2 times 4. So yeah, another top rider. In his first season as a elite rider. He'll be bringing it up in position number 3 with Jackson in the gate. Lee Hoffman in the gate for the Australians. Poised and ready. Jackson getting away to a great start there for the Kiwis.
Nice start there for both teams.
The Australian team marginally up here as Blackwood brings it home for New Zealand. Rolling on his new LTS frame, and Alex Schuler bringing it in underneath him as rider 3 against Ryan Elliott. Two great rides there, a 43 and a 44.
I think that might have been Jackson's fastest start ever. I think he did a 17.5.
Yeah, it certainly was a fast start.
I think Australia did 17.3 and we did 17.5.
Ladies and gentlemen, that is the first session of the 2026 GJ Gardner.
So that wraps up session 1. Josh, it was a privilege commentating with you.
Oh, you too, man.
And yeah, we may be invited back. Thanks for listening, everybody.
Thank you guys for tuning in.
Thanks to GJ Gardner Homes for sponsoring and supporting this event. And if you want to build a house in the Waikato, I suggest you get on to GJ Gardner Homes. Thanks a lot.
So that wraps up session 1 here at the Grassroots Trust Velodrome here in Cambridge. We will be back pretty quick in about 2 hours by the look of it for a whole another round of some fantastic racing. Thank you to all those that are on the live stream. It's awesome. And special thank you to our volunteers here as well. Voluntary commentators, camera operators, everything is bringing this to you live. And of course our sponsors, we have GJ Gardner, Fresh Choice Leamington and Amber Nursery, Garden Centre, Subway, Sports Integrity Commission and LTS by Velobike, Acre Farm and Skoda. So thanks to everyone and we'll see you in a couple of hours.